Chat, I'm gonna submit myself to self-torture and actually deal with the comment section, so we're gonna read that for a bit. Because I do want to, because I put off specifically talking to the comment section in the Healer Strike videos for a while, specifically because I wanted to properly interact with them. I wanted to properly interact with them and not just, interact with them and then just kind of recap it. Just for clarity though, because we've done this before, we have reacted to the comment section previously, but the way I'm going to be doing it is, first of all, I'm going to put on some Nintendo music. Yeah, so we're going to just chill the fuck out, just going to read some comments so I can kind of interact and see people's opinions on a lot of this. I gotta admit, a lot of my opinion has kind of shifted here and there after skimming some comments, and after I also interacted with the Japanese side of the community. And the consensus is very similar. What a lot of Japanese players already mentioned is that they don't mind. However, a lot of their opinions, first of all, is too many threads. Because this is not the only... There's multiple of these threads, the point that they are locking some of these threads out. Sorry. Just gonna translate it. They are literally just locking a lot of these threads up just because a lot of people are Google translating their way into the Japanese side, right? There is a one active one, and I've been reading through a lot of these comments. It's not as active as the one on you side, but it's majority of the opinions so far, and I've gone through some of the other posts as well of people's opinions on the forums. Majority are fine with how healers are, but they would like a better fight design or content design where healers feel more justified, I guess. Some of them are defending I love the warrior's ability to heal. A lot of their conversations are very chill on the forums. Yeah, it's most of them are just arguing about cosmetics in Japan. So Japanese are very a fairly opposite opinion on the healers compared to the Western side. So it did shift my opinion after I read some of their posts. Just because I do agree that maybe the more you think about it, it's not the problem with the character design. What if, and I did suggest this before, what if you specifically what if we add specific offensive abilities to the skills? But the more I think about it, they could literally add mechanics into the fights that only healers can do. What if you, at certain phases, need to dispel 4 people, and that does damage to the boss for the end of the phase? Something only healers can do. What if you heal up? The faster you heal up a group during a Doom debuff, it will affect also somehow the boss. Something. It's the more I thought about it, it's we could essentially fix a lot of this with just instance design. Obviously, people are still going to be complaining about dungeons, but dungeons is a whole fucking pot of tea that I'm not sure I want to even keep talking about, because there's just too much drama in just normal fucking dungeons somehow. I don't know. Ironically, my favorite corn song is the break cover. Yeah. Smart, because if someone will want to take stuff out of context, now they gotta get struck down by Nintendo. Okay. What I feel is people throw the ultimate argument, you can wake up one Sunday and decide tonight we're clearing top with no healer, see you in 20. Cleared 30 minutes of your schedule, please. Yeah, it's sure, it's clearable without a healer, but again, this is a very select few. This is a specific group that fucking practice. Same, for example, with Serenaya. He recently cleared UCOB with just 6 people. 6 fucking people. 6 fucking people. A lot of those mechanics should be impossible with 6 people, but they did it. You know how they did? They practiced it. They did it for ages. They practiced it. It wasn't just one night. It wasn't even 1 week that they tried to do this. They practiced it for a while until it actually got done. So it's just making that assumption on just that is nah. It's possible, but it's not going to become the meta, you know? You can heal 0 to 100 in 6 seconds on random jump. Exactly. I would be happy if filler DPS shit that changes my healing skills and make them cool. Yeah. Give them Dark Side from Stormblood on Dark Knight. Press a skill and your skill turns into an offensive one instead. Oh, well, hold on, that's fucking Eucrasia, but whatever. Heal check mechanic, except the healing is taken from boss's health pool instead. If the party is healed enough, they pass the check and survive, and damage that they would take... hold on. Take the pass to survive, and the damage that they would at the end of the attack is instead dealt to the boss. Yeah, exactly. The more I thought about it, like, all these, like, complications and reworks, it can all be fixed with just how you play some instances. Because, like, at the end of the day, the problem isn't that people don't like, you know, healing and they prefer DPSing or whatever. The problem is people want to have fun playing the job that they do. People want to have fun and, you know, feel necessary in content. So the whole conversation we had, like, last week about Isuna and whatnot, like, implement those. Casters have this mechanic where they can put ads to, like, some ads to sleep. Implement that into raid mechanics, into dungeons as well. It can work as an interrupt as well. Make it instant, but, like, put a cooldown on it. Something. And the fact that an ad doesn't get to the boss sooner, it somehow affects the boss. Something. It's like there's plenty of way to, like, offer healers a more fun way to play them, you know? A more engaging way to play them. And actually feel necessary in content. That would be the way that is essentially the way I'm looking at it. But going back to the healer strike, essentially, just before I start reading, and I need to clarify again and again because I've seen some of the comments, I support the healer strike because I want healers to be fun to play. I don't support what the fuck the healing strike is doing, again, and I will repeat, I find it childish. I find what they're trying to do and the way they're demanding shit is very, very childish. And very unnecessary, honestly. So it's like, I'm on their side, but I'm still gonna be defending my own opinion on this. Right. Let's start with the comments, because we have fucking hundreds of comments to fucking get through today. He's just chilling, this is from the Reddit. He's just chilling, sure is a take to justify not pressing holy in a dungeon. No one wants to carry a lazy, practically AFK fuck through a dungeon. Could the tank just ask, hey, can you use holy? This is taking longer than it should. Sure, but saying the tank is in the wrong for calling out obviously lazy behavior is laughable. It's also quite a take to say someone can be stupid to know that AoE exists while having cleared weapons refrain, because ults are just that easy. I guaranteed you'd be popping a lid if you had people play like this in your Savage Ultimate parties. But apparently playing like this is good enough to clear ults, so why would it matter? Yeah. There's no point to use holy in any instances. The most you might use a multi-target is, let's say, top, because you have 2 targets in P2, and you're still gonna use your Blood Lily and just do single target. Unfortunately, you don't need AoE in Ultimates. Not yet, at least. Not yet. Actually, no, that's not true. DSR P1 also has a double target. Same with P... whichever is the dragon, P6 or P5 in DSR, I don't remember the phases anymore. That's true, actually. You know what? I stand corrected. So there's multiple multi-targets. But unfortunately, Holy is only a potency increase on 3 targets. Never on 2. So in either case, like, Holy's not going to be necessary. And it's like, again, it's like, being rude when calling out lazy behavior, it's like, you can be more fucking civil when calling out lazy behavior. You can ask them, like, hey, that's cool if you're chilling, but can you just at least, you know, I would like to do this faster. Just ask fucking nicely. No one in the history of fucking anything started doing better when they were called a fucking idiot and told to do better. You know what I mean? Sure, maybe I'm cutting healers a bit too much slack. Maybe he's just chilling. Like, dungeons normally will take, like, up to 20 minutes at most. And let's say you don't want to spend 25, right? Let's say someone is chilling, but even if they're being lazy or whatever, ask them nicely. You know? Just ask them nicely. You can laugh at this, you can disagree, but it's like, at the end of the day, they would have achieved a lot more if the tank just said, hey, can you please help out with a bit more holy? Please. I don't know. This is from the Black Mage video. It's like Wizard always cast Fireball Unlimited. You know, I'll put a like. Because I'm nice. Because I did I'm not gonna comment underneath these, but I'm just gonna, like, put a like on the ones I've actually checked. Or the ones that I agree with. If they're fucking stupid, I'm gonna skip them. It's like Wizard always cast Fireball, limiting will gimp the class. In this case, they're limiting Fire 4. Okay. Just to be clear, I've gone through a lot of comments, specifically on the Black Mage video. I realized how fucking ignorant I seemed. I even realized that when I was reading some of the comments and I needed visual aid. I put like the balance graphs and the openers and what the skills do just like on the other screen. Like from the Gamerscape, all the graphs of the skills, just so I can understand what the fuck people are talking about. I got a better idea now. I do regret some of the shit I said in that video, but it's like, I can, at least, I definitely understand like why some Black Mages are upset about the changes a lot more now. Looks like I'm making a healer. Oh, for faster Q, you know what, go for it. I think Art of War is still on 2. Yeah, Art of War is still on 2, and Discrasia as well. But the AoEs on the region healers are only increased on 3 targets. You can't even give advice if someone asks for it because you get called out rude or talk to, you know, but it's like, it shouldn't stop us from trying, you know what I mean? It shouldn't stop me from trying to give like helpful advice, but you just need to be civil. Just need to be civil, that's it. Glad I'm not the only one who thinks comparing dungeons to ultimates is asinine. It is. It's like, I don't know why these fucking content creators keep comparing it. It does suck to start a job at 60 or 70. It's overwhelming to read all the tube tips and understand it. I agree with this. You know what my theory is on this? My theory is the moment Endwalker is gonna be part of the free trial in like, I don't know, 3 or whatever years, right? They're gonna make Dawntrail the new starting zone, and all the previous like jobs that are now part of the free trial, they're gonna be starting from level 1. They're gonna do that there. At least that's my theory. That's my hopium, you know? That at some point all those jobs are gonna start at level 1. Because I kind of understand this as well, being overwhelmed. Hell, fucking starting Scholar at level 30 and missing like all the Smith tutorials or whatever. It is a weird system. I understand why it is there, because nobody wants to re-level an entire new job from fucking level 1, you know? But, yeah. This was hard to watch, holy shit. I'm guessing they're not a fan of mine. In regards to... This is the Reddit. In regards to the dead ends thing, I know you want to defend new players, but in my opinion, you may be cutting that healer a bit too much slack. I have given this some thought, I do agree with this. I might be giving healers a bit too much slack. Because I did give this like video a bit more thought after I posted it. Sure, the game doesn't teach you sooner, but it's a player's responsibility to learn the class so they don't hinder other people's experience. I think the tank spoke respectfully, while also trying to help out an obviously clueless healer. You were saying how it was inappropriate to call out the healer for now wanting to learn, but as you can see, the healer left before the comment was made. It doesn't matter if he left. Just like throwing a comment about someone like that towards whether they're present or not, it only matters. It will just make a situation less awkward. It's still rude, you know? It's like, I think this person... I think you're playing like shit. I think this person is playing like shit. In either case, I'm being kind of a dickhead, you know what I mean? After 2 wipes and trying to communicate with them, yeah, I'd assume they didn't want to learn either. Sure, there definitely could have been a language barrier, but from what I can tell, the healer knew the tank was talking to them, and if they did not understand, just like the tank could have used auto-translate, the healer could have as well. Good point, actually. That is true. That is very much true. I think it's an unfortunate situation of a player not willing to understand how to play, but it was frustrating to the team to the point they couldn't complete the dungeon because of it. Which... Oh, this is the Isuna one, yeah. Why couldn't they complete the dungeon, though? Again, there's no life-threatening mechanic. Sure, if people get hit by mechanics, they will need to be assumed. But it's like, I don't think the dungeon is like unclearable because of that. They just need to stop getting hit. I know this is like a very elitist way to say this. Like, just don't get hit, but... At the end of the day... Yeah. Also, I wanted to add, most likely it was the healer getting hit by the AoEs, and the healer themselves was getting the debuff, causing them to die and not being able to heal the party because of the wipe. But of course, this is only an assumption. Actually, this is also a very good point. I agree with this, yeah. It could also be one of those, you know, one of those fucking support players that just wanted a faster queue. They're leveling up their jobs, but they don't know what the fuck their buttons do. This is not just seen in healer, but also in tanks very often. Specifically the tanks that just don't fucking use any mitigation. and then blame the healer. Where are the heals? So I do agree. There is a good point here. I do agree that in this game does need to teach new players better. But on the flip side, I learned that what Asuna was. He learned, she learned, you learned. Whether it be from reading the actual skill box or maybe someone explained it, we all learned before level 90, and even at level 90, they weren't willing to learn. And that's not something you can blame on the new player, but on stubborn one. Sorry for the long... That was long-winded, good video. Don't worry, I appreciate your comment anyway. Yeah, like, I did give it some thought. I do think I'm giving healers a bit more slack than I probably fucking should. I should... Especially, like, the more I thought about it, it's a level 90 dungeon, and I have called out tanks for not fucking knowing their mitigation at level 90, or what their buttons do, and I feel like I should start treating healers a bit similar. Like, you're a grown-ass man, read your fucking tooltips, you know what I mean? So I do agree on some of the points. Not all of them, but I respect your comment. I appreciate you. The first boss of Dunscape teaches bards and healers... Dunscape is also optional, no? How to sooner, or they just fall dead from the Doom debuff. It is true. This is true, but yeah, I think I do remember Dunscape being an optional dungeon. Yeah, I get again. It's like I feel like the main story dungeons need to introduce some of these mechanics like this. Or the more I thought about this, the fucking job quests need to introduce some of these mechanics, because it's the perfect environment, right? Where the job quests are giving you some abilities, but they should also ask you to do certain things to achieve those abilities during the quest line, you know what I mean? And you should be forced to do your job quest before continuing the main story. I feel like that should be the way to go with this. You wouldn't need to even fix the fucking smith, you could probably just get rid of it in general, but yeah, just like the job quests themselves. Because there are like little cutscenes, there's like little things you know, little cinematic quests you gotta go through. Make them do certain things to learn their healers better. Let's say Scholar, you're finding that boss at the very end. You know, the angelic being, the stone statue to get the soul, right? Because you're trying to heal your friend. What if you have to dispel yourself, right? And there's a text appears on your screen from one of your companions. Hey, you need to soon yourself quickly, otherwise we're in trouble. The fact that a debuff appears on you and you see there's a little blue bar on top of it, it's a good indication to teach you that you need to dispel this buff. Sorry, debuff. You need to yeah. So the solution there is fairly simple. Like, job quests need to introduce some of the stuff. You don't need to like introduce remake the job quest. Just add extra exercises in during those quests. Imagine if mudras get changed and 1-2 of early ninja job quests have to be changed. Oh yeah, that's gotta be a nightmare. You know what? I am upset that in Dawntrail they are not updating mudras. I wanted them to upgrade mudras and summon something else besides the fucking rabbit. I don't know. I feel like that would be cool. Empty the... Oh, I know you. You are seething on every fucking video. You are so angry at me. Every time I see your comment, I mean, imagine you just just posting something, crossing your arms and just shitting yourself while smugging. I appreciate your comments nonetheless, though. I appreciate you. I will answer your comments, but if they're stupid, I'm gonna skip them. So don't feel too sad about them. So someone else has to have clear, harder content in order to be eligible to give correct advice to someone about their job. A healer not DPSing when healing is not needing saves everyone time and resources, including the... What the fuck did you even say? Hold on. A healer not DPSing... Okay, so a healer is just standing there, not DPSing. When healing is not needed. So he is not healing and he's not DPSing. Saves everyone time and resources. Fucking how? I don't think you understand what you even said. Hold on. If the healer not DPSing... If the healer is not DPSing, but healing is not needed, so he's not healing, he's not DPSing, and that somehow saves time and resources? You need to renew your meds, my friend. Including the healer. Yeah, he's not wasting resources because he's not DPSing, and he's not healing because healing's not needed either. It's the way the game decided. No, it's not, you dumb fuck. What the fuck are you talking about? Hold on, I forgot to like these. That is a dumb fuck. Renew your mats, and yes, you need to have clear harder content to be order to give someone advice. You know why? Because we have so many of these fucking dungeon situations where the tank asks the healer to not use Asylum because he thinks Asylum heals the trash packs in the dungeon. Because you should not be getting fucking advice from Sprouts. Someone who has experience with harder content, like someone who has cleared some savage content, is less likely to give stupid fucking advice in dungeons. Like, don't use Asylum. Ah! Sprout icon doesn't mean shit, I ignored it. Yeah, it's like, you shouldn't be taking, like, you need to clear some content. Like, why are you taking advice from someone who does dungeons? What the fuck do they know? They have not experienced, like, harder content where you need to actually utilize your tools to optimize for the difficulty. They haven't, like, even extremes. If someone does extremes, they're more eligible to give advice than whoever just does normal raids and dungeons. And we've seen a lot of people in this video, specifically in this Reddit post, who have not even done extremes. They just do normal raids, dungeons, and they give shit to people. That's it. So yeah, you gotta clear some fucking content to actually know what the fuck you're talking about. Otherwise, there's you got no receipts. There is this one stone guy who's a Sprout, but he joins almost every Uwu party and kicks ass. Yeah. I mean, if they're good, why not? But it's like, most of the time, you need receipts. You need something to back up what the fuck you're talking about. Because most of the time, a lot of these Sprouts are giving some weird fucking advice in these posts. I still remember the absolute healer cope when they originally lost all of their dots, damage spells, and people preached the gospel that the devs will begin designing fights in a way that active healing will be necessary. Lamau. I think this is essentially towards me hoping, like copium, hoping that the reason they're not changing the healers is because they're actually going to make the fight designs more fun, more interesting to do. I understand how funny it can sound, but still. yeah. I'm on a lot of hopium for this expansion for healers. I'm just huffing that fucking copium. You have no idea, like... My dealer is out of fucking copium. That's how much fucking of his stash I'm smoking. I always hate when people take high skill play and try it and say, this proves something. It proves people who have skill can do it, but what about everyone else? I assume this is about the people clearing top without a healer. I agree. This is essentially, like, if the very small percentage of the giga skilled players who practice something for ages and then performed it, that doesn't mean everyone can fucking do it. Like, complicated operations in raids are not going to be supported. By the way, I love your name, Sniper Bear. I fucking love the name. But there's a reason, like, when content is cleared on the farm, let's say 4 weeks into the Savage tier, there's a reason people establish Party Finder strats. Because it's easier. Some of the strats are literally there for maybe a bit of uptime, or simply to make content, like, some mechanics easier. There's a reason we just established this. There's multiple ways of making, like, optimizing fights a lot better. It's the same fucking fight, P11S. There's so many ways you can optimize a lot more uptime there. There's a lot of other things you can kind of utilize in that fight, but we're gonna agree that we're just gonna do Kindred uptime because it's a very easy uptime strat compared to some of the others we've seen there in week 1. Same with, like, uptime, like Lions in the E12S. A lot of people fucking hated it. Some people wanted to do it for logs, but so many people fucking hated it. So people just agreed on Billy Lions in Party Finder. Like, the majority of people. People will take the easier strat, but then they will look at some of these monsters that do some of these strats without a healer, and they will see, oh, fucking content is shit. Tanks have so much sustain, cries in Dark Knight. I'm sorry, buddy. In my defense, you did get some extra sustain, like with your Living Dead in Endwalker, and you're getting a bit more sustain in Dawntrail. But even with the little sustain you got, Dark Knights are fucking giga strong. Like, for example, what is the fucking plant boss? The big E7S, right? You know what Dark Knights can do that fucking fight? You know the tank busters, you either stack with your co-tank or you spread. Dark Knights can solo the stack of that tank buster. I've seen Dark Knights do amazing shit. They're giga good. So at least, like, you don't have as much sustain as some of the other classes, but you got it, buddy. I believe in you. You don't need a mana ticker. Proceeds before that talk about you should have one, or it's... What the f... Hold on, I'm having an aneurysm. You don't need a mana ticker. Proceeds before that talk about you should have one, or it's very much needed. What the fuck? Did I say that? To me, it sounds like people bitching for bitching's sake. Every class gets changed around and people bitch, but then go, oh, I love it. Hell, Yoshi P only plays Black Mage, so if the dude who created the game and understands the game, maybe instead of whining, we should let Yoshi cook, as he pretty much beta test the class. A little misconception. He's the producer and director. He doesn't beta test the class. He greenlights. A lot of the stuff, we know they have an internal team. We know they have an internal team, because let's be honest, if Yoshi P did beta test a lot of the content that's being done in the game, we wouldn't have a lot of the issues we had in Top, for example. A lot of the issues we had in, well, it wasn't a lot of issues, but like some issues in PRS. Some things were just needed, like Yoshi P's, you know, merciful gaze upon them, but let's be honest, Yoshi P doesn't beta test, but he does play Black Mage. You don't need a mana ticker. Yeah, the whole mana ticker is like... It's a very weird situation. It's like... Again, I remember what I said, that you don't need it, but some people will still use it because they will see streamers using it and they think they need it. But then they can also, like, essentially it's not just people wanting to do what the bigger, better Black Mages do. It's also that they need a... I do kind of, I guess, agree with you in a way that they do need to blame something in case something goes bad. God, can you imagine? I don't play with a lot of Black Mages anymore because they don't like me because of Frosty. But has anyone ever had a Black Mage that kind of just started raging at their rotation? Fucking Metatics! I'm just imagining that can actually happen. Funniest part to me as a healer main, I've been doing dungeons as a DPS without healer since ARR launched. You haven't needed a healer in dungeons since 1.0. In ARR, we didn't bring a tank either. I sold all of the ARR dungeons on Summoner before you could unsync. Oh yeah! Fucking Titan Eggy used to be able to AoE taunt. I remember that. That was in Stormblood. Yeah, I remember that skill. That was kind of cool. That's also when pets also had health bars. Your fairy could have died to AoE. Good times. I miss Collar from Stormblood, because that thing could interrupt and dispel automatically. Such a good spell. I can see why they removed that for Shadowbringers, because, you know, refulgence and tea and whatnot. But I want it back. Gimme, please. If this is why they're trying to strike, they should have started the strike. They are 10 years late. I agree. Like, but it's like better late than never, because like at some point, like, people have been unhappy about how boring it is to play healers. Well, I say boring, but like unfulfilling. So it's like, it's better late than never. I would like to at least eventually have fun re-clearing content as a healer. I'm not a parse whore. I'm not gonna parse. But it's like, I would like to have fun. I would like to feel a bit more fulfilled playing the job I enjoy so much. I do, however, agree that healers get pretty boring once prog is over. Yeah. Wish we had at least as much of a rotation as we did in AOR or Heaven Sword, but honestly it is fine. I will not be on strike as it is too little too late. I don't know about the rotation in Heaven Sword or ARR. I've heard horrible stories about it though. But yeah, I appreciate that. 10-year Black Mage here. The remove of Shard Cast is easily the worst part of all the changes, followed by casting an additional ice spell to get MP back. If the boss goes away as you're casting, you're fucked. Lucid Dreaming, maybe? Oh my god, Lucid Dreaming is going to be part of the rotation, isn't it? Oh, that might actually be it. The job will even be more annoying at 70. The extra paradox gave mobility. Nobody asked for these changes. Yeah, like the more I dwelled into a lot of these comments under the Black Mage video, I kind of started to understand more the frustrations of Black Mages. But hopefully they will have a plan for this, and there's like... I'm hoping there's just like... The reason we're seeing Black Mages poorly is because there's no, like, Black Mage main that went to the Media Tour. I genuinely hope at some point fucking a Black Mage player, like Exo or fucking Svea, or anyone who at least, like, played Black Mages, like, properly goes there for, like, particular things someday. I can only hope, because hopefully they can actually explain it better. I think Orenvale has suitable debuffs on getting hit by mechanics, but that's an optional dungeon too. Exactly. They need to introduce more fucking mandatory mechanics to learn some of these things. We Council has chosen an emissary for Mediator. Exactly. God, I wish we could. God, I wish we could literally just like have a community vote. Who goes to the fucking Mediator? Actually no, that's actually cringe. Because then like the most popular and biggest content creators would go. Yeah, it's hard to tell, but like I feel like a lot of the content creators, like Cole for example, they shouldn't have gone to Mediator. They don't have that much insight to offer. I mean, it's good that they did go like, get that bag, baby girl. I love that for you, Pookie. But, I don't know. This is just my personal preference. I would like people who are a bit more in-depth with the content in the game. Or a bit more, like, interconnected and have a deeper understanding of the game, would go into the Mediator for some of this stuff. Like, more raiders, like high-end raiders. I get it, like, they brought some people who are a bit more casual, like Zeppler, Frosty, and whatnot. Yeah, I consider Frosty a casual. Don't worry. Don't scream at me. But, yeah, it's like, I wish some people, like, there was a bigger variety of content creators there. As a healer main, I play healerless tank every time in dungeons, and it's sad as hell to see. We don't care about dungeons at all at this point, but we should, since healers have to start learning proper healing. And their kits with a nice curve somewhere. That I agree. Whereas currently there is nothing until you get extreme tiles, which is 6 out of 10 in difficulty, and going from 0 to 10 to 6 out of 10 at all once is stressful and uncomfortable for a lot of people. That is true, I agree with that, I agree. If dungeons would require healers to perform, let's say, 4 out of 10, instead of spamming their AoE buttons on trash and single target button on boss, with actual responsibility to handle the party, difficulty curve for learning healers would be much nicer. Yeah, I see your point, yeah, I kinda agree with this. They could make every tank buster from dungeon boss apply either a nice bleed to everyone or shockwave raid, while on top of making bosses raid-wise weaker. But apply nasty AoE bleed that healerless groups simply couldn't heal. Yeah. Stronger raid wides in dungeons could also apply short, like 12-15 second debuff, reducing players' damage but 30-40% until topped, to make healers' presence wanted even when what they had to do was as simple as topping party up. Similar thing is with X's, but to lesser degree, but that might just be opinion due to finding them very easy. See, this is what essentially I was talking about. This is essentially what I was talking about earlier. I agree with this opinion. I definitely agree. Like, they should, instead of fixing the job itself, they should specifically introduce more engaging content into the fights. That would be like the best solution around this. Like I suggested earlier, like if you heal up a Doom debuff fast enough on the entire group, it should kind of affect the boss in some way. If you soon something, it should kind of also hit back at the boss. I agree a lot with what a lot of this person is saying. Futayuri Shoruneko, I appreciate the comment, thank you. To be honest, in my opinion, roulettes and dungeons should never be the PvE model that Square Enix based their job design on. Throughout the years, dungeons were always the easiest part of the PvE content until Blizzard made Mythic Plus and Guild Wars 2 with fractals. And those are still easy unless you go for the highest key or the highest tiers of fractals. That's true, it's like, you need like plus 10 clear to get like the highest item level, but people will still go for like plus 23 instead. I do agree with some people about the fact that healers in raiding are literally limited to look at their mitigation plan and CD management spreadsheet and just press those buttons at certain timers. Then they go back to spam one button. That's why I love, and I will die for a damage profile in raid similar to WoW, where damage is constantly high and healers are always sweating. If you watch World of Warcraft healer, you think he's playing a high octane DPS class, but he's instead healing, and you switch to Final Fantasy 14 healing, then you literally get bored instantly. I agree with this. Because I used to be a mythic World of Warcraft healer. I used to specifically raid in World of Warcraft very actively, both as a DPS and healer and tank. I was a druid and paladin. So yeah, I kind of understand this comment, yeah. I agree. Ah yes, Tales from Duty Finder, where the big brain go to make fun of Sprout's Stone Vigil FF logs for Red Karma's Lamar. I mean, to be fair, some of these stories are funny. They are funny. They're kind of funny. To be honest, I never really liked Zeppelin. Something always felt off, and I was never quite sure what it was. Probably because I had no exposure to her until she swapped to reaction drama garbage. Also, that's what I do. What the fuck? Man. Also, didn't she shit on the ultimate because people used tools to complete it, including her? And say WoW was better because people had to use tools to complete it, but they are allowed because of... I don't know. Her whole argument was so fucking stupid. It was so stupid. I was just so happy to just watch her just like in bafflement how fucking Xeno taught her how to use her fucking ultra wide fucking monitor. That was such a fucking fun reaction. But yeah, it's hard to tell anymore. It's like, what the fuck Zeppeli's thinking? She always has a go at people, and then she's like upset that people disagree with her. Here's the deal. There is lower levels of playing, which is okay and all that. However, there's a leveling point where that no longer is okay. At level 1 through 65, it's okay for that easy stuff for people. However, we should expect people to have some decent skill level. At the point of 70 to 100, every dungeon should be on the level of Old Savage of Alexander, how quals were in ARR. I wouldn't go that far. But like normal rate level, I would honestly assume. They should learn how to play better. Just because someone is casual doesn't mean they are a complete R-word, stop selling, skip potions, and people will learn how to handle the basicness of old school hard levels in... I mean this in the nicest way, you need some punctuation, my friend. In level of 90 plus, there is no excuse for easy dungeons period. I did mention that I kind of changed my stance on this, of getting healers flag. But I believe healers should go through a lot more hoops to kind of... before they're allowed further. Again, my suggestion is literally to just make them go through their job quests and force them to learn some of the skills they do. Instead of like forcing them. But yeah, I do agree that's... both healers and tanks need to fucking read their tooltips by levels. Level 70... You know what? I agree. Level 70 seems like a good start point, because that's where the ultimate starts as well. So yeah, I agree with this. I agree. So they took a story mode dungeon and assumed that all content out of raids are going to be boring for healers. Let's emphasize that playing healer is not fun, but I'm not so sure that this is a good way to go about the problem. Also, I thought Yoshi said that in this expansion, they were going to work on improving content. I took that to mean the expert dungeon was going to be harder than it is now, and the story mode would be left alone. It's hard to tell, honestly, but dungeons I still believe should be just easy, just for everyone, because again, it's supposed to be inclusive for all skill levels. To no one's surprise, this article is inaccurate. Oh yeah, I did see that some of the dates and some of the stuff in that article were not correct, so yeah. Yes. Anyone who thinks the in-game community is toxic needs to go to the forums, talk about a horrible experience. The forums are filled with folk that are rarely even plays. Like, forums are always going to be a fucking big echo chamber, but sometimes you need to still go through the, you know, the entirety of shit in the forums to kind of find some good points. Because like sometimes you will not expect where you're going to find some good ideas and good points. For me, like a lot of the, like I went to the Japanese forums to get some a bit more perspective on the whole healer strike. I've also, like, in the past, if you watch any of my videos, sometimes I would change my point of view by reading the comments. That's why I do, like, some of these, like, comment reading, because, like, sometimes you will read a comment and it would kind of resonate with you. Like, a good example, for example, is when Despairs released a video about gearing up for casuals, right? How to get the highest item level and how to meld. There was a whole fucking video, and I disagreed on a lot of the stuff because he was spreading a lot of misinformation about a lot of the gear. But then someone in the comments actually fucking told me something that clicked with me. Casuals do synced content. They don't care about gearing up. Their highest item level will never fucking matter because they will essentially just do synced content. Immediately fucking clicked in my head. Holy shit, I was wrong. I was not correct. They don't need item level. This whole fucking debacle and debate was unnecessary because casuals were like, wait, hold on. But I do sync content. Why does this fucking matter? Final Fantasy 14 Healer Strike. Yeah, sure. Chitin was just a button bloat for the sake of button bloat. I agree. I'm of the same opinion. The Chitin wasn't really adding anything other than just necessity to use it. Always press before the same GCD, yeah, Midari, and costing resources you're more likely to overcap than run out of. I'm all for adding 20 Genki cost to Ijutsu and changing the animations to include that silly twirl. Hey, I love that silly twirl. It was funny. Or even using the new system to have Chitin and Yaojutsu under the same key. Huh. You know what, this could be... I'm not entirely sure how this would work, but I do kind of think this might be onto something. This could be onto something. The only keys that should ever be required to be pressed in a strict sequence with the 0 situational variation are the basic 1, 2, 3 filler combos. That is true. Most jobs already operate at or close to the maximum keybind capacity thanks to the insistence of having the controller support. That's why redundant fluff will always be the first on the chopping block when the new tools are being added. To be fair, the controller support is there for a good reason, because they're kind of... Square Enix is partnered with Sony, and there are people that play on console. Can you, like, even the fact that we have a 2.5 GCD is godsend specifically for the console players. Because imagine, especially healers or whatnot, imagine going through the fucking lists with a controller during a GCD. I've seen some of the controller players, they literally play like fucking Korean tarantulas. But, again, it's like, I don't mind the controller support, because like even for a time in Shadowbringers, I had to be a controller player for a tier, because I had really, really like wrist issues, and just playing with the controller was a lot better than using my mouse, right? So it's like, having a controller support is kind of good, but I don't think they're designing an entire combat system just around this. I do agree with the whole like button float and whatnot. Does anyone remember Seventh Sword Complexity 0? Oh wait, it almost killed the Savage FCs. There were Savage FCs? Were there rating FCs? What the fuck? 30% of the tank player doesn't know how to use arm's length and reprisal. Yep. In big pools. Actually, no longer. They're ditching the Sony exclusivity. Are they not partnered with them? They're still going to be played on the Sony PlayStation 5. Well, Xbox now as well. But they're still going to need the controller. They still want to release the MMO on the PlayStation. So they still need to design the game around like playing with the controller. Hey, anyone want that complexity? No, I don't know what these people are talking about. I don't remember. I don't know the complexity. I started in Stormblood. It wasn't the job complexity that almost killed the Savage scene then. It was massively overtuned bosses like Living Liquid. There's a reason Pepsi Man was so feared. Pepsi Man! I think Yoshi P clarified in the latest live letter that the article is wrong and they're not making major changes in 7.2. Yeah. He never gave a specific patch time, indeed. Yeah. Zepla was revealed as a grifter during the whole Hogwarts Legacy fiasco. Then from there, she just tried to basically farm rage. Then moved to World of Warcraft, Genshin, and now she realizes she needs the money and is back in World of Warcraft. I don't think she needs the money. I feel like she's doing fine. But I do think she's kind of worried about her future, because she did try to like pull some other content in. I don't think she completely gave up on 14. But like she does have like a separate YouTube channel for Genshin content, but I do kind of agree. Thank you for the follow. Oppai Pigu, oh my god, what a name. But yeah, it's like I don't know what the fuck is going through Zepla's head anymore. It's so weird now. Wait, hold on, did I unlike this one? There we go. 4551. I think he's talking about using Whispering Dawn before you dissipate. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I did think about this as well. I did. Are you losing yet? I'm reading my comment section. Of course, I'm fucking losing. Welcome to the stream. Get some use out of the CD while your fairy is gone. I did this in Garuda phase right before Plume spawn because I wanted the 3 energy drains for damage, but I also wanted Whispering to heal the tank and top the party up for cleanses while my fairy was gone. The same situation comes up in the second burst window in Ultima as well. Yeah, but the way he specifically defined dissipation in his example is using 6 cooldowns just to make a spread low. What you just described is literally optimizing your fucking cooldowns out and literally playing your fucking job how you're supposed to by planning your cooldowns. What Cole described is literally using 6 of your cooldowns for 1 fucking spread low. As he in his example, it was the transition in Zeramus. That shit needs just some shields and a fucking carrot collie or soil. That's it. You don't need a lot for that transition. But yeah, it's hard to tell what the fuck Cole is thinking anymore. Trickle heal, embrace. Oh, is that what it is? Why does he just say embrace? Why didn't he just say the fucking, you know, fairy heals? I appreciate you at least. I don't know, it was just hard to fucking understand what the fuck this trickle healing meant. Most of the time I don't even kind of count the healer single target healing, because like I hope they buff it at some point, because like 100 and what is it healed these days? I think it was 100 potency. It's close to nothing in most cases, because you're gonna be using cooldowns to just top everyone up. That healing's kind of just not important. It's strange to me how people like this clear 1 or 2 ultimates, also Warrior on T in particular. One of the most brain-dead ways to clear the fight. Yeah, tanking T. To be fair, both Uwu and T are not that hard to tank compared to some of the other ultimates. Like, Yukop is a lot harder to clear. He's not gonna admit clearing Yukop anymore. He's trying to stay away from the rumors where we all know that he bought the clear. We know you bought the clear, Cole. We know you bought it. But yeah, like, tanking those fights is not fun. But still, like, let's not take it away from the guy. He did clear ultimates. Good on him, you know? And then think they know everything about the game. If you just played more of the game, they would have a more informed opinion. That's true. I do agree that you need to not just... I don't know, it's hard to tell what the fuck is going through Cole's head. Like, I don't know, I feel like he's just gonna get an achievement and then flaunt about that achievement and just try to touch on a number of things. Because like right now he used to just use nothing but like Island Sanctuary footage for his videos. Now he's just reusing the same T footage. Because I recognize the footage being reused now. So, and he's just gonna be, I don't know. It's like, you know, people that just tell you like, you should listen to me. I'm a fucking legend. I'm an ultimate legend. It's like, anyone who uses that as a fucking argument for anything, it's like, something's wrong. You know they're... Like, the achievements are not gonna do the heavy lifting for a shit personality. So it's like, it's hard to tell what the fuck Cole wants anymore. I think, like, I'm still of the, like, I'm completely of the opinion he's just monetizing fucking nothing. He's just trying to get the views and just monetizing, like, a substandard fucking opinion. Because he just goes off the rails way too quickly. Zeppler relative stats. I've never heard of that before watching this video. So Zeppler relative stats are like a lot of her. It was essentially established during the SR, but because she didn't really do any fucking content after that, she didn't even clear the SR. It kind of went away fairly quickly. But like for a while, we knew Zeppler relative strat because a lot of people on her team essentially had to compensate for a lot of her like inability to do mechanics. So some people had to adjust a bit, and, you know, a lot of callouts were like added specifically just to compensate for her lack of ability to do some of them, just to get it done faster. I'm sure she could have done it eventually, but to get it done faster, a lot of compensation on her raid teams was kind of happening. So it's like, but yeah, after that, she didn't really do any more fucking content. She tried to do Savage, but even then, it's just like, nothing fucking happened. But yeah, honestly, if healers actually wanted more to do and more complexity to manage when not actively healing, then Astra would not... What? Sorry, hold on. Honestly, if healers actually wanted to do more and more complexity to manage when not actively healing, then Astra would be the most popular healer job. True. This feels like an actual case of you think you want this, but you don't, since we have what they say they want, but they don't actually play it. Astra is like very unnerving for a lot of players. They want a more satisfying rotation, but the problem with Astro is like, however you feel about Astra, even if you're the most perfect Astra player, your performance also relies on RNG. You might do better, you might do worse, but like just that little thought is going to be off-putting for a lot of healers. That's why most, like, especially in difficulty jump. Like, let's say you're just strictly a region healer. Let's say you healed in World of Warcraft or another game, and you specifically just are not like grasping the concept of a mitigation healer yet. But a jump from White Mage to Astro, what? I had to heal 3 times and I get a Blood Lily. What the fuck is this shit? I have to collect the 3 magical stickers, wait for 30 seconds, activate the Giga buff, also buff my team. To like optimize my rotation, I actually have to use the right cards on the right job at the right time at the 30 seconds, 1 minute when I believe they're using their burst, maybe? It's like, it can be a lot off-putting because of that jump between White Mage and Astro. I can see why they went for the change they did now. Just because so healers would feel less off-putted to swap between. Especially now in the situation, like, again, I have been, like, of the firm belief that they need to do something about healers, or at least give all the healer stances, honestly. Give all the healer stances. So they can all be diurnal, nocturnal, whatnot. Because, like, otherwise, you're a healer main, but let's say you can only play 2 healers because you're stuck in the region role, right? There's like 4 healers, but they're both stuck, like both types of healers stuck to 1 position. Sometimes there's exceptions, obviously. Like Refaldens used to prefer like double region. Double shield became a thing in Endwalker. But like there's like 100 fucking melee DPSs they have to fill in 2 spots, any spots. So it's like it's a weird combination here. There's a reason healers are like in a very weird spot. Ash has been tuned into a mindless job more than any other. Every expansion since Shadowbring... Oh, Stormblood. It's gotten more dumbed down. I don't agree with this. Like, Draw Sleeve used to actually added some complexity back in Shadowbringers, but I do agree that it became a lot... I don't even want to say simple, but it just became weird. That's the only way I can kind of describe it. It became weird. And yet it's still both the most complex of the healers we have right now, with the most stuff to do when not healing. It is still the least played healer that you see. Yep. Because nobody wants to play gacha. People want a fulfilling rotation rather than gacha. I'd give it a week before tons of complaints roll in about healers being too hard in Final Fantasy 14. Even a single extra non-healing move to manage. I mean, they did give the second dot to Sage. Depending if they're gonna adjust the potency, having double dot is gonna be more beneficial than casting an extra doses. So, you know. I should give Astro another shot. Still have to level it though. My main healer is Sage, and I really like this job as is. If I play well enough, I could trivialize a lot of damage that is very fun to me. That's a good way to look at shield healers. How to fix all this discussion. Make MSQ dungeon to have an extra difficulty like WoW. Same dungeon, but harder with extra mechanics. See, I did think that. I did consider that option, and I did mention this previously in the videos as well. But I changed my mind about it. I feel like they just need to add extra mechanics into the dungeons that actually make healers necessary, and that their performance and their toolkits are actually making a bigger impact on the fight, rather than just an extra difficulty. Like, for example, like just dispelling. Again, I keep bringing the same example, like dispel all the targets, like your entire like dungeon party, dispel them in the right order, for example, or dispel them fast enough and you do a bit of damage or apply a dot on the boss or a debuff. You heal out a doom fast enough, you apply a debuff on the boss. Do something that returns like some damage to the boss. Not even damage, or just a debuff even. Do certain like healer mechanics. Like... Or for a good example is also like Ifrit in Uwu, you know? When you go into the Ifrit phase, actually it's same on hard as well. If the party isn't shield, they get knocked back. Sure, you can use Shake It Off. Sure, you can use Veil. But what if that is going to happen a bit more, you know, a bit more often than those cooldowns? A bit more often than 90 seconds, you know what I mean? Healers are going to do wonders in mechanics like that. Make all healers discipline priests. No. No, sit the fuck... No, behave. No. People already said that about Sage. They already went for like, Sage is just like Discipline Priest. I just need to DPS and my cardio is gonna do. Nah, shut the no. Sage is pretty much the Discipline Priest now. Especially at level 100, they're getting that cooldown that gives everyone fucking cardio for 5 casts. Why not? Because it's just gonna make healers very competitive on a very necessary factors of healing. There's a reason there's only like 2 healers, like, well, let's say 3 healers similar to the Supreme Priest. So it's the Resto Shaman, because they have a lot of tools, so they will always be brought, even if their healing is like on the lower end for a patch, they will always be brought in for SLT, for the movement buffs, a lot of tools. Same with, for example, Holy Paladins. They have if they still have the tool where just the entire team just takes like 2% less damage the entire fight, the aura, they're going to be brought just for that. So making people specifically disciplined priests is them going to be competing to DPS more so I can heal more. It's going to be a very weird competitiveness in the healing scene. Sage is a weak version. Good. Good. Then give healers more unique stuff, like give them different buffs or for a party. But they won't. They might. I don't know. It's hard to tell what the fuck to give healers. Healers don't need more damage spells. Healers need a job. I agree. You know what? The way he phrased it, I know it sounded like a joke, but I do agree. They need to be necessary in instances. Pretty much, lol. Maybe if they amped up the damage just by a bit, then healers would have a job. No, because then healers would be replacing other jobs that do less damage. They should not be above tanks. Q-Just, yeah, nerf all healing by 20%, nerf tank self-healing by 30%. No, again, I don't agree with stuff like this. Like, don't take toys away from other jobs. Don't take toys away from other jobs, ask for better toys for you, or better shit, like, to do in instances. Never ask to take away someone else's toys. They're afraid to make jobs unique, because it will make the player base to flock to X job from a role and only play it. I mean, they've seen it during Phoenix. I remember the whole thing where people had to get hit while under like death immunity, and then to avoid doom, healers had to either top them up, either use LB3 or just bring an Astro, because Macrocosmos just pew, it deletes the entire mechanic. What is this? Oh, it's my #1 hater. Let's go, buddy. You got this. Zeramus, you think Zeramus was a good thing and not Barbarecia? Holy hell, Barbarecia was awesome. Listen, you're just critical of others for the sake of being critical of others. You need to just stop making I think I know who this is. Are you the dumb fuck that unblocked me just to call me a slur and defend Despairs? I think that's you. You're the dude from that fucking story video. That's you. You're seething. But just for futures, like, I'm just gonna start skipping your comments just because it's boring to, like read most of this, because you're not offering any argument. Hell, I'll even offer you an argument, right? Barbarecia is fucking easy. The fact what you said earlier as well about listening to Sprouts for advice, it explains to me a lot about you. Barbarecia is fucking easy. Do you know what's the most difficult mechanic for a healer in that whole fight? The knuckle drums, and you just have to use a cooldown. It's enough to cover that with 2 cooldowns. A soil and a fucking, 2 minute, maybe a lily, maybe a Panhaima. Done. Every other mechanic in Barbarecia, in, out, spread, stack, healer stack, run in a circle, Mario Kart. Maybe the tank flare might be difficult for you to deal with if you're, But like, none of them, like, if you haven't played the fucking game until Barbarecia, if you didn't read your fucking tooltips, only then I believe you are gonna have trouble with mechanics. Let's avoid the whole argument, maybe my teammates are playing like shit. No, let's say everyone is playing fine. Everyone is doing mechanics correctly. If people die in that fight, it means the healer specifically didn't read your fucking tooltips. That's you! You don't read your tooltips. Zeramos, on the other hand, even hell, the very first... Wait, puts everyone to 1%. You gotta deal with that, because there's Doom. Already, like, the stakes are higher than just a double raid wide on Barbarecia. There's a raid wide that is multi-hit, and the tanks need to stand in front. There's already a group fucking raid wipe there as well. The meteors, they're janky, I'll be the first one to admit it. Meteors are janky as fuck, but it opens potential for a lot of other cool fucking mechanics, doesn't it? There's role responsibility, there's light party responsibility. Like in Barbaritza, you have to stack with your partner. You don't even need to pick a partner. the game does it for you. In Zeromos, you gotta find your partner in the corners, and then you need to figure out if you're spreading with them or you're stacking, and then you're also baiting a meteor. Whatever the fuck you want to tell me. Zeromos is more fun to heal. Zeromos is harder. There's debuff management, for fuck's sake. What is there in Barbaritza? Nothing. Every mechanic that has happened for like for 4 fucking expansions, it's in Barbaritza. Go stack with your light party. I guess that's fun. Someone's mad. They are. Zeromos was one of the worst extremes we ever had. And depending on what role you play, Barbaritza can be frustrating, like melee, for example. What? If you disconnected from Barbaritza... Well, let's not go that far. Let's say if you have trouble playing melee on Barbaritza, the problem is somewhere else. Again, because Barbaritza is so fucking easy. Zeromos is also easy, but it's more unique. It's more fun than Barbaritza. We're not talking about what is easy, what is hard right now. We're talking in comparison, Barbaritza versus Zeromos. Zeromos is on top. It's more fun to play, especially as a healer. Hell, one of the orbs hits one of your teammates, there's splash damage, half your team is dead because of one dumb fuck. You're not gonna heal that, but it's like the stakes are higher than Barbaritza. In Barbaritza, something heals you. It's so fucking easy to recover. It's so fucking easy to recover. Before the next mechanic happens, like, what mechanic is gonna happen where you need, like, where you cannot deal with it with people dead? In Zeromos, multiple instances. Multiple instances where people will die if people are missing. On Barbaritza, you're welcome to tell me. I know you will. I know you will tell me this in the comments of this video. I'll see you then, buddy. For almost all roles, Barbaritza is good. For melee, she's awful and frustrating since you can't hit your position since she moves alone so much. She jumps to the wall once in a while. Sometimes she does the little dashes at the start of the phase. You disconnect for 2 GCDs. Big whoop, what else? I don't know, I don't agree with this. Obviously this can be a matter of perspective, but all I'm seeing here is that you like easier shit. Because you take advice from Sprouts and you like easy fights like Barbaritza. Zeromos OST is a banger though. Yeah. You contradict yourself so many times it's impressive. Again, nothing to fucking add. The fact that you said the Nebula update is insignificant shows how little you know. You're welcome to tell me. You're welcome to add the context. Also, the new healing ability is like 500 party-wide potency on Riddle of Earth shouldn't exist. God, you know zero of what you're talking. Again, you're welcome to add context. Just saying no is just you're being a baby. That's it. You're being a little shit baby. You're just sitting there, just like smug. I disagree with what you're saying. I know you're gonna come back. You're literally leaving multiple comments on one video, my guy. You need to get a hobby. Holy shit. And I know you're gonna keep watching my videos. You're my you're my number one fan, aren't you? This is what people have been saying for years and being ignored. Now they're gonna try something different, a strike. For you, Mr. Smart, take a back seat until you know what you're talking about. Again, they're against people not needing healers in dungeon. What are they doing? They're striking but not joining the dungeons where people are not needing the healers in dungeon. Great strike, dumb fuck. And now there's a lot more people playing healer because they realize spots are opening up. Let's go, free content, easier leveling. Yeah, you have nothing to add, do you? The more you react to Cole's videos, the more I drown myself out because I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He should just talk about his boyfriend for 15 minutes. This healer strike is dumb. I mean, this is like one of... Look, don't take this away from Cole. Don't take this away from him. This is one of the few videos where he doesn't talk about his boyfriend for 15 minutes. Don't take this away from him. He's doing good. He's doing good, okay? Are you ever positive about anything or anyone? You just make content to insult people. I'm positive enough. I don't have to be fucking... I disagree with this person. God, I hope they're doing well. You're a dumb fuck, aren't you? I do think trusts are a bit R-word and bad design. The trust should not do less damage if you are doing decent... The trusts do a lot of damage. The only problem is they do only single target. That's why they're slow. But their single target damage is high. The game's design shouldn't be encouraging you to do nothing. So even in trusts, I do think you should be able to at least required to play the game. It sets a bad example for what is expected in actual dungeons and content. Again, though, Trust is made for babies. It is made for... It's a baby game for babies. Let me even double check. What is the rating of Final Fantasy 14? What is the rating? Like, age rating, sorry. Age rating is... for 10 years and older. 10 years... Wait, it's rated T, right? Peggy 13... Yeah, Peggy 13 and rated T for teens. So it's like... 13 and up. Are we really asking 16 normal and 12 in Germany? Yeah, okay, so different clients everywhere. But it's like, it's made for people who don't pay taxes. It's made for people who are not aware of having responsibilities, let alone in the video game. It's like, let the casual players fucking level up in some way. Can the trust even die? Yes, I only take them when I'm farming minutes. They can die, actually. That's low-key hilarious. Okay, yeah, I like trusts because I can just literally what I do in my trust, I literally go there as a DPS because most of the time I main healers and tanks. This is like the first expansion I'm going in as a DPS. Well, starting as a DPS. Usually I start as a healer and tank and sometimes change in between. But I just go into Trust and I let them do everything while I'm just watching anime. I just sometimes move to not be AFK. But you get a lot of fucking experience. They are slower, but you get a lot more experience. Trusts are great. Yes, more to listen to while I'm crafting. I've seen your comment before, haven't I? Wait, why is it jumping? I've seen your comment before. More to listen to while I'm crafting. God, you're gonna love this video, probably. The Mega Ultimate Raid was cleared with no healers in the patch it was released, by multiple groups, I believe. I don't know about multiple. I know there's like just one group that kind of practiced it. That alone should be enough to suggest something is seriously wrong with how encounters are designed and how jobs fit into those encounters. Okay. Hold on. What was the French guy's name? Philippe Petit, okay? So Philippe Petit was a French trapeze artist who went and spent like a 45-minute event between two skyscrapers. It was a big event. Like, holy shit, look how high he is. 45 minutes, or even longer. Hold on. 25-year-old, and how long has he spent there? Lasted 50 minutes. 50 minutes he did this. That is scary shit. But since he did it, that means we all can do it, right? God, there's something wrong with trapeze artists. It's just too easy. They should make it harder. Am I right, guys?
Between the C3 oranges and I have to juggle.
Like, look at the height. Look at the height. But just because this one dude did it, doesn't mean everyone can suddenly start doing. And let's say, for sake of argument, I agree with you, and that Hi, Sassy. Let's say, for sake of argument, I agree with you that multiple groups have done it, right? Ow. It's still going to be a very tiny percentage. Not everyone's going to be able to do this. But I do agree on the term that the encounters need to be designed and how jobs fit designs. I do agree on this with you. I genuinely do. Because I do agree that everyone needs to have responsibility in a fight design. Because a lot of these savage fights sometimes have like less healer responsibility than fucking extreme fights. In extreme fights, you need to sometimes, group with your healer and whatnot. But like, we need to have more like specifically job responsibility in fights. I agree. Like, I don't necessarily agree with this one, but I agree with like the second part of that comment. Thank you. I haven't watched full video as Cole's voice grates. Well, you don't like when someone talks 20 meters from their mic and starts also moving their fucking candy wrappers. Man, that's some riveting content. How can you not understand? However, if I remember correctly, they tried something like this in WoW and removed that expansion after, where you couldn't do certain levels of dungeons unless you passed silver. Oh, you're talking about the Mist of Pandaria. I know what you're talking about. Of your Rolls Trinity. I know, no. I know the ones you're talking about. They removed it very quickly because it just... You know why they removed it? It was too easy. Everyone could fucking clear it fairly easily. It was either too difficult for the average player to do because they don't want to learn or read tooltips. Oh, that... You know what? I did say it's too easy, but this also checks out. So I kind of agree with you, yeah. If you try to force people to learn in Final Fantasy XIV, similar thing will happen as well. Also, I'm pretty sure more people will want content that isn't on the same level as Ultimate. That is true. Sometimes it's just nice to do leveling roulette maps, expert dungeon, and be silly, less optimal, and just chill. You get burnt out if everything requires you to be focused every second and being sweaty. I agree with this. I'm more in agreement of making more mid-core content, leave the leveling dungeons patch dungeon in that roulette where it's like LFR equivalent to do the story. Oh god, I just had PTSD from LFR, sorry. I needed a second there. Give players a ramped up 4 and 8 man on the spectrum of extremes to savage. I believe like content between normal and extremes should be also available, but it's hard to tell what the fuck to offer. Maybe like a third option. Maybe like something parallel to extremes, like extremes but 4 man. Actually, no, that is... Wait, hold on, that's actually a genius idea. Make some of the dungeons extreme difficulty. You know what? That's actually a good fucking idea. Extreme dungeons. Not even hard difficulty, just specifically like on the same level as extremes, but specifically make it like for dungeon difficulty. Not like between extremes and savage, but like extreme dungeons might actually be a good idea. You might be onto something here. Maybe even make the normal raid alliance raid closer to extreme level, or alternate like dungeon mentioned. That way people can just play base level like LFD LFR experience. There's middle level for people to play the game without it being too hard. Then you have Savage Ultimate, where people who want to fully optimize can just do that. You got some good points. I don't necessarily agree with all of them, but I agree with some of the points there. The game... This guy's everywhere, isn't he? The game isn't even easy at this point for casual content. It's brain dead and it shouldn't be like that. The bare minimum is something like Tower of Zot, and boy was the best dungeon, and oh, it's a dungeon defender, let's go. In Endwalker, gameplay wise, the others are... What the hell? Sorry, hold on. Do not extend damage even against the tanks, because auto attacks are doing like 4 or 5% damage of the tank's health bar. Since tanks have too much sustain, heals are useless in all casual content. If you use 2 brain cells, except if the boss have a white hole. Warrior Light, for example. The hell? Oh yeah, he means the spell. I hope they will be more useful later on. We need to take more damage. Tanks need to lose most of their sustain. And healers need to heal a little less, since they heal too much, in my opinion. I think, and yeah, I don't want the casual to be fucked by change, but hey, they have the trust system if they only want to do the story. And if you can do a fucking level 90 dungeon, we have a problem. You're supposed to have at least 300 hours in the game at this point. Not, what the fuck, no. 300 is too much. You're barely gonna have 100 hours when you complete all the expansions through the story. Nah, 300 is too much. Square doesn't even respect their player base with the brain dead difficulty. And alright, fuck it. I'm just gonna skip this kind of comment just because I feel like there's just a lot of pent-up aggression. It's hard to understand where all of this is coming from, but I don't agree with like a number of these things. Healers are not even needed in top. Yeah, okay. Try to clear without healers. Try to clear top normally. Just because it can be done by less than 1% of players doesn't make it a baseline. Upload footage of your 0 healer clear. Emphasis on you, He has a point. He has a point. I'm gonna like this guy. And this one. Teehee. Cause like, again, it's like one group of motherfuckers is just gonna do something that's close to impossible, and then everyone just like, fucking Square Enix. It's like the new thanks Obama just in Square Enix. Just like someone does something like we should be celebrating that there are skilled players that can do something so fucking wild. There are DPS players that are not fucking brain dead and use their buttons effectively. Because you know those players also use the, second win and the bloodbath. We should be celebrating that there are actually players that actually do their fucking job more efficiently. I honestly been triggered by the if I saw Vercure, bro, trust me, I've literally died as a red mage because a white mage just refused to heal me after a rant. When he saw me Vercure myself after a stray mob slapped me a couple times. So I let myself die. Maybe healers with their god competence can bugger off. I agree. Again, it's like people are... I'm on the side if people are using the tools they're given, you're good in my book. You're good in my book. If you feel like you need to use a Vercure, use the Vercure. If we feel like we need to communicate something, we communicate. We communicate respectively. But yeah, if someone's actually having a go at you for using the fucking tools you have, fuck them. Ignore them. Fuck them. For Scholar, they could give them a damage option by using the Fate Gauge. Wait, what? Hold on. For Scholar, they could give them a... Hold on. Have we been watching... Oh my god, we've been doing this for so long, even the playlist fucking ran out. Hold on, I need a new playlist now. There we go. Okay. Let's return. For Scholar, they could give them a damage option by using the Fate Gauge. Oh, like spending the Fate Gauge on something other than just Fate Pack. I agree. They should give something like that. They could make use of Celine and give the Scholar some silly Celine DPS rotation similar to Summoner, but there's like 3 buttons presses? I don't know. Well, I do agree, like, you know what should do damage? God, what is that fucking Scholar spell? Let me find it. God, there's gotta be a nightmare to edit later. What are the pet actions? Fey Blessing. Fey Blessing should do fucking damage. I think Fey Blessing should actually do damage. You know what I mean? Because it does use Fey Gauge. Like, make it do less healing, for example, and add some damage to it. That would actually kind of be sick, you know? And your Fate Gauge isn't just being capped there constantly, because sometimes you just don't have anything to use it on. I agree. They could... I've been playing Scholar recently, and it kind of lacks skills. Fucking what? I don't have space on my bars. What do you mean it kind of lacks skills? Read your tooltips. Do your job quests. Cole throwing shade on other players for not reading their skills, but proves the entire duration of this video that he doesn't know how the jobs that he described work. Yeah, I agree. The audacity to gatekeep others because he feels bothered by them is incredible. Motherfucker, I played over 190s alliance rates and saw stuff that I couldn't believe, and people playing bad that made me question if they are real players. Oh yeah. But I never felt like forcing them or to improve or gatekeep content from them. There are so many reasons why people don't play well, and whatever the reasons are, it doesn't matter at the end. It only matters in higher content because the requirements are different, and you don't want to waste people's time, because this content is more time consuming. Still, there is always a beginning, and that's why you label your party finder group as practice or farm. I'm gonna assume he meant label. Or farm to signal your state of skill. But casual content always allows people, despite their playstyle, to feel like being part of the game, and nobody has a right to take that away from them. I agree with this whole thing. Cole is just someone who thinks because he cleared one ultimate that he automatically knows everything about the jobs and their toolkits. He and Despairs read one bare bones guide or tooltip. They don't read the guides. We've confirmed that they don't read the guides. Hell, I found out that Despair is fucking banned from the Balance Discord. They don't read the guides. And I think they broke the code and make... based on that simple read guides, that simple... sorry, hold on. He and Despairs, bare bones guides or tooltips, and think they broke the code and make based... I'm guessing make guides based on that simple read guides that people think are valid to use. That is hard to read. What the fuck? Am I dyslexic? They cause more damage than helping the greater cause. If they truly want to improve the game, they should remain silent. Or, again, I'm not against people making content. If they want to make content and get that bag, fucking good on them. But they need to double check what the fuck they're talking about, because most of my Despairs content is correcting him. And most of my content on Despairs is literally me googling shit for him. But I do agree that it can be damaging. TLDR, I'm guaranteed instant Qs in Dontrell because healer mains are flannels. you're kind of, yeah, you're not wrong. What does that mean? Just curious in terms of slang. South of dramatic, wet behind the ears, yeah. This entire thing is stand and let thing resolve all over again. Oh my god, I forgot about Lynx. I bet Lynx is currently making his own video again. It's an intellectual dishonesty for the sake of Warpath. I agree. Gives me time to practice my healing. This sums up a lot of Final Fantasy 14 drama, honestly. This is my energy too. Like, if they won't do it, I'll just do it myself. That's how I ended up healing, to be fair. Because I started this game as a Bard main. I played Bard Machinist, but then I just swapped to Scholar because the necessity for healing fucking came up. And I just end up just healing forever. Healing became my thing in Final Fantasy 14. I'm actually very excited for Astro and Dark Knight changes. Less time weaving and more time hacking and slashing. Good. Good. This is good. As a healer main, I don't have issue with healer kits or new stuff coming out. I find most of the issue the fight designs or frequency in attacks. For example, you can easily sit on mitts and shields for minutes at a time, or even not need to them in certain difficulties. I agree that some mechanics need to fucking hurry the fuck up and not just take like 15 to 30 seconds in between. Like, holy shit, Leviathan in Shadowbringers. There was literally sometimes 30 fucking seconds between mechanics. Fucking stupid. It's so dumb. Most tank busters are invulned or don't happen enough that kitchen sink swap. Chad, unpopular opinion. I hope they remove invulns. I genuinely do. I genuinely hope they remove invulns. I know it's a very unpopular opinion, but I hope they remove it, because invulns are only used for cheese. Like 9 out of 10 situations, they're using this for cheese. Yummy, yummy cheese, you know? And 1 out of 10 situations is the funny oh shit situation, and you die anyway because server tech. I find most GCD heals are redundant as soon as you move from blind proc to semi-clear, full clearing fights, and you might even sit on cooldowns because it's just overhealing the other healer if you use them. Not necessarily, but I see a point. I personally like the damage patterns to be more frequent to force tank cooldowns, healer CDs, and mids to be more spread out to make you do more to contribute to each damage profile. However, I don't see that happening as the outcries for Abysses was so high and with tank bleeds, and you couldn't invuln that people stopped playing healer. No, you couldn't invuln the P1 tank buster. You could do a lot of stuff with the tank with invulns in P2. I'm going into expansion as a healer regardless, and will enjoy more instant Q if people are striking. You know, that good. Good comment, I agree. You know, Paladin can survive Ensinger limit break check with Hallowed Ground. Limit break check? Oh, the in normal mode, you mean? And everyone gets a res in phase 2. Oh, I see. I see. There is no healer strike, just a bunch of random doom posting. I mean, you're not wrong. The amount of people specifically posting on that forum are a fairly small amount. But you also gotta understand that people's opinions are still valid. You need to kind of still hear them out. And the reason there's not a lot of people there is because not a lot of people fucking play healers anymore. You have to acknowledge that healers have been ignored for 2 expansions now. That is true. For what I started reading the thread, yes, I have a lot of free time. All they ask to give something else to do when I play healer. Get it? Healers never once seen complaining about having to heal. Oh, this is just essentially a debate. It's like I understand that you don't treat this seriously unless there's going to be another fucking 1,000 people complaining about this, or content creators urging join us for the strike. But it's still a valid thing to kind of address, because healing does get fairly boring, especially after prog. So, it's a valid thing. It's like there's not gonna be, it cannot get worse if they address it. If they change some small things just to make healing fun, nothing's gonna change, nothing gonna be worse because of it. But yeah, some of the opinions on the thread are valid. I'm not gonna go through all of this because this just seems like a debate between you guys. Actually, even Criterion normal dish out a respectable damage, and if you are a pure healer, the tools on DPS and tank for mid matter even more. I agree. You actually need to heal there, and there is no co-healer to save your ass if you messed up, which is super cool. I agree. I like Criterion for that reason, that they actually made it difficult. Not Criterion Savage, that thing can fuck off. But specifically the Criterion difficulty, I like it. I like it. No, you don't get it. These people want every attack to nearly one-shot you. That's why they consider it fun. What if class/role too strong to the point where it renders the whole role healers essentially useless? Nerfs are necessary sometimes, like in this case. If you're gonna follow "don't take my toys" approach, problem with healing will never be fixed. Adding a new DPS button to healers will not solve core problems with healers, which is a luck. Stop. Strummer, are you reacting to every comment, or you comment to 14 to do dailies, etc. at some point? I will, but I'm essentially just going through a lot of the comments that were just kind of posted on the Healer Strike videos in the past few days. I just want to address them and just let them know that I've heard them and I am interacting with them. But yeah, essentially... Hold on, let me understand the last fucking sentence before you interrupt me. Adding a new DPS button to healers will not solve a core problem with healers, which is lack of necessity to heal. Instead of it will just make a healer another DPS. I mean, if you can check the DPS, sorry, not DPS, but like, you can check the Japanese forums. They essentially refer to healers as green DPS. If they want to have more fun, they will play the red DPS. That is essentially a lot of people's approach on the JP forums. But yeah, a lot of the things, I know what you're talking about. I do have shifted my opinion on some of this stuff. I still don't think you need to take people's toys away, but all of this can be fixed if they just make the instance fun. If they make jobs necessary to be in the group. Not just, you know, the 5%, but like add mechanics that literally necessitate having two healers. Like, for example, Refulgence ES would be one of the last instances, because there would be a debuff and both healers need to dispel that debuff within like 2 GCDs, otherwise someone dies. Something like that. Like, it's a good simple start, but like, oh, something more interactive. But yeah, not necessarily wrong. Did I like this one? I like this one nonetheless, because I do appreciate your comment. Why couldn't they simply add a difficulty slider to dungeons like they have with scenario quests and dungeons? Is there a difficulty slider with scenario quests? It's just a numerical increase-decrease. Reward could just be increased drop rate. That way you wouldn't have to farm for as much for glam. 1-2 runs for a full set SPs. They do this in Yoshi P's first MMO project. I see what you mean, but if there's no higher reward, they would only just do the lowest difficulty on some of the dungeons. If there is a reward, they will only do the highest difficulty of the dungeon. So you see my problem with this? Because like it would just either be the lowest always or the highest always. No one's gonna, you know, they might just kind of gradually go like from low to higher, but like at the end of the day, that's just gonna be like the 1% of the usage of that like specific function. Who has pissed Cole that he's arguing with himself in a video? I don't know. He has his fucking imaginary arguments, but I hear you, trust me, I've seen so many situations, like, trust me. It's like, he keeps repeating that, like, I don't know. I think he's having a schizo moment. Maybe he has, like, voices in his head already talking to him. I think his fiancé cheated on him, so even if I don't like the videos, let the man have his emotions. We saw the video where he talked about that, and he never explained the situation. He never explained. He literally went, my fiancé cheated on me. Then he self-reported himself flirting with another man after breaking up with this guy, and then he never addressed his fiancé cheating on him ever again. He just repeated it again. You can watch his video. You don't have to take my word for it. Just watch his video. But just because he said his fiancé cheated on him, it doesn't matter. and like... And looking at this from another perspective, like as a content consumer, right? If someone is like, for example, I'm watching a music video, right? If the artist suddenly breaks down and says, fuck, my wife cheated on me. And then I have to give him like a 10-minute break until he resumes the 3-minute song and finishes it. It's like... You could have cleared your emotions. You could have let it out previously. But if you're gonna put it in the like into your own content, you know, like, okay, so here's my God for a scholar. Fuck, I miss her. I hope she takes me back. Speaking of her, so you probably prefer Eos over Celine. And sometimes you need to use this cooldown. Soul is very strong, but not strong as me. You know, it's we can go. As much as I take a piss at Cole, he's kind of making light of his own situation most of the time. You can watch his videos as well. It's like you don't need to take my word for it, but it's like I stopped taking him seriously long ago because he doesn't just talk about his problems to fill you know, dead space in his own videos. Like, in a 30-minute video, 20 minutes of him are just gonna be him talking about nothing. You can double-check this yourself. If you like his content, I respect you. All good. The problem isn't the class, it's the player. Ooh, tough take. You got my attention. Let's see where you're going with it. The player is the one that determines how the class will play. While some of this hangs on Yoshi P for hard slotting the healer's heal instead of the more modern take on healer being support DPS that can heal res. That's not necessarily true. He wouldn't have like such strict DPS requirements during like the P at S fiasco. A lot of the issues healers are having right now, though to be fair, I think you might mean also dungeons. Ignore my interruption. A lot of the issues healers are having right now has to do with the players who play them. These players fall in three camps: those who don't want to learn, those who don't want to heal, and those who only want to heal. Okay. I'm not patronizing. I'm kind of just compartmentalizing all of this in my head right now. You do have a point. 2x and 3x had a strong enough difficulty curve that healing and damage in the content, example T11 third and X, was worthwhile and rewarding. It's hard to put into words now because the healers have fundamentally changed from what they were in those expansions. However, what did the denizens of XIV's message boards all say? Healing is too hard. 3-0 is... which one is 3-0? That was Stormblood, right? Just as they said Monk was too hard and Summoner was too hard. So a whole category was nerfed and adjusted to allow ease of access for these players. Now that these players feel that they are top dogs, they want to make the class harder and complex. The thing about some of these classes... I know the argument you're talking about. I do remember being kind of partially part of it. The problem wasn't that it was too hard. The problem was that they had to do a lot more to do the same damage as other jobs. Other jobs had to do a lot less. They had to put a lot less effort into their rotation. Like, it wasn't just like, you know, comparison, I don't know, ninja to samurai kind of thing. It was essentially just samurais had to jump a lot more hoops just to do the same damage as other jobs. I remember that argument. It wasn't because it was too hard. It was because they weren't achieving the same thing as other jobs. With the same amount of effort. Mr. Happy is correct about the message board being loud noise, because it was the message board who constantly was writing up Final Fantasy. Oh, Final Coil was too easy messages. All the while, the person who wrote those bought their clear with Gil. I mean, sure, go for it, but I can already foresee the sequel of Healers are now too hard to play. Look, Mr. Happy aside, it's like there's still a concern towards healers. Whatever the fuck these people think. If it's too hard, if it's too easy, at the end of the day, it's a video game. The moment healers become fun to play, nobody's gonna complain. Well, some people will always complain for sake of complaining, let's be honest. There's always gonna be people who complain for sake of complaining. But if healers were fun to play, none of these debates would be happening. If healing was simply fun to play, none of this was happening. But I still appreciate your take. All good. We should upload an all-healer run and start a DPS and tank strike, Lamau. Chad, would you do this with me? If I gather some people, would you be down to do some content just on healers? I know, like, I think someone already tried to do this, but would you be down to just fuck around and do all healer runs? I'd be down to fuck around, actually. You know, that could be fun. That could be fun to do. Is Cole banned from the balance again? Probably. I know Desparius is. People can get better from balance. Yeah, I have no idea, but it made me laugh when he said it. Yeah, I know. I'm just assuming that Cole is fucking banned from it. I know Desparis is because Desparis was spreading fucking misinformation. Meanwhile, the guides are right there. Healer bros, exactly. Just we can clear content just as healers. Like if there's a tank buster, just put all your mid on that one fucking target. This might actually be fun. You know what? I need to see if people aren't interested. Like, stay in the comment or just say hi to me on stream. You don't have to follow or anything. If you think that this would be a fun idea, just like just poke me somehow, so I know that there is interest. Because I would love to try some content just on healers only, just to see how we can make it work. 55-ish minutes in. Oh my god. I'm so sorry you watched the video for so long. You don't have to force yourself, man. I think he never did the ninja job questline and must have either never leveled it or bought the boost, because it fucking actually has a quest for all the mudras that you use in the job story. Yeah, that's what I'm remembering. Like, I don't know if they changed anything, but it's like, that's what I'm remembering. Like, the very first mudras were like, you know, you get just one mudra button. You can use the shuriken. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's like he's talking about some weird shit. I'm going to have to sadly disagree with you on this. Yes, there was an entire story quest of Nin on all 4 mudras, though we only get 3. However, let's not say that this does anything to enforce actual play. The same way as when you are doing an actual job, like customer support experience. What the fuck? Hold on. It's been shown with data that training someone one time how to do something is just not effective, and over time they will forget these oh my god. You will 100% remember the refresher case should be failure and wipes. There's nothing wrong with games asking you to play a certain way and putting their foot down that they'd like you to learn the bare minimum. Yeah, the bare minimum, but what Cole is suggesting is literally forcing people to use certain skill multiple times to know what the fuck they're doing. And Cole also suggests gatekeeping them from content until they do this. Cole is suggesting gatekeeping people from expert roulettes. So let's not defend his case this much. I kind of see what you mean. That not everyone's gonna, you know, have the best take from the questline, but so like, well, I don't know. Maybe we do need to revamp some of the story quests to actually force people to kind of do some spells like multiple times so they get the like muscle memory. But it's like, how do you do this without specifically just like putting people's faces into like the skills like they're like pets, teaching them where to poo? And it'd be established at the forefront, asking to play, rather than like me when I started finding out the hard way that Dungeons and Raids can teach basic mechanics but actually doesn't teach complex mechanics, nor do you have rotations be enforced. From Astros that don't use cars at all at level 69 plus, to the multiple players that would run away from Dragoon left eye tethers because they've never seen it. To tanks using all the... Also, tanks to taking out the packs out of my fucking Doton. Same one pack at 80 plus, then actively banning players for offering feedback, chastising, rather than hitting 222 repeatedly and being told you don't pay their sub and just leaving the dungeon to avoid it. This is a big rant. I would like to know some context. I feel like this is coming from a certain place. If there is context, like, let me know. I'm not gonna put it in the video if you feel like context might be inappropriate, but like, I'm just curious what's happening here. Sparius and Misshapen Chair Reaper guides still haunt Reaper channels to this day with their wrong info from videos early in the expansion. Is Misshapen Chair also banned from? I don't know what's happening with Misshapen Chair. Last time I checked, he was trying to make video essays about other games, and then he was just streaming him doing tea for like months. I don't know, like, I hope he's doing well, obviously, but it's like, I don't know what's up with Misshapen Chair. Every time I watch his videos, it's just weird shit that he's talking about. 14 is not like Black Desert Online, where you can just spam buttons and get flashy attacks. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm skimming, sorry, I apologize for skimming your comment, but I feel like there's just... If you don't enforce it... You're essentially just like explaining like a very wind it out same point. If you don't enforce at a basic level you play, you can't expect anyone to ever win because you've already taught them that it's okay. Apologies for the long reply, but I feel strongly about it because I was the casual player and the harder content scared me off for years. And as a game dev, the basic gameplay should actively teach you more as you develop. But the jumps here are too massive, it definitely should be addressed. You know, I respect that opinion. You could have put it a bit shorter. to put it respectively, but I do see your point. Yeah, and then probably like job quest should be kind of revamped to be forced before you do MSQ, and like they need to do a better job teaching some of the quests. That would be like the best way to do some of this stuff. What I find funny is all his ninja examples are things taught in the ninja job quest. Yep, exactly. I don't know. I like Chair's humor. He has a specific humor. I can respect that. Chair can have his own sense of humor. It's just not my thing. Because he kind of just, I don't know. He just kind of reminds me of a mumble rapper, if that makes sense. But that's just me. If you like his content, I respect that. All good. The game has 21 classes soon. Well, 23 if you count the limited jobs. Main story never has hard and rages. Only optional Savage Plus content does. Early on, Edda in the story sets an on Edda? Inspection burden on healers. If you don't want that kind of pressure, for the love of God, play any other role. An entire role shouldn't have huge swaths of its kit easily ignorable due to needing to be able to play past the plot. DPS already can do this by getting carried by other people mechanically. The lower responsibility role is there. Okay. And keep in mind, I'm not shitting on DPS here. DPS is a hard role on Savage Ultimate content when your access need to be more difficult to beat the timer, but I'm talking specifically about the more casual content that keeps being used as an excuse to give healers a lobotomy because of fears of gatekeeping someone from the story. Responsibility is perfectly avoidable already. Just like how realistically the first months of any 24-man can often be 10 people dragging 14 corpses around. I kind of agree with this. Not all of it, but I kind of see the point. I'm just... to be fair, I feel like story content shouldn't be compared to Savage and Ultimate either, but I see your point. Colvix is doing his best Link's chameleon impression. Stand still and let mechanic resolve. 1730. I both agree and disagree about this. MMO culture used to be... What did I say here? Hold on. Let me double check. What did I say here? It's very basic. It should teach more things, but it's not there to do that. And I have suggested that they need to, introduce a new level of Hall of the Novice. Okay, it's the Hall of the Novice conversation. Sorry, just because this video is already going to be very long, I'm not going to watch the rest of my own fucking video. I both agree and disagree with you. MMO cultures used to be, and in some cases should still be, about community and players coming together to figure shit out and succeed. All the shit you don't get taught from the Smith should and used to be taught by people you played with. True. I've been playing this game since 2.4 and have been taught and teaching myself for hundreds of people. I appreciate that. You know, that's a good take. I appreciate it. I respect it. Wait, what? Her fiance, she was a oh, you guys are talking about the Edda story. Holy shit. Because I read something about someone's fiance going psycho and I just wait, hold on, what's happening? Someone else got banned from the balance? The fact that people actually think the 1 tank 3 DPS is hard is pretty laughable. It's not hard. Every time I heal, I get a warrior and just AFK, literally don't heal on purpose, because I know they will be fine by themselves. This, to be honest, shouldn't even be the case. Bloodwetting alone is like having a benediction every 24 seconds, which is, in my opinion, is unacceptable. Even the self-healing the other tanks have isn't anywhere near as strong as warriors, because you still need to spot them to some extent. Or as Cole says, trickle healing. Paladin can clemency, but has to sacrifice DPS in order to do it, so it balances out. I'm not saying nerf warrior to the ground, but tone it down, bloodwetting a tad, or make the cooldown longer. Mainly caster player, but casual healer. I don't think cooldowns need to be nerfed. I just think the instances should hit them harder. Because, okay, so if the instance... Because this also will make some other jobs a bit more necessary. If the instances are hotter and harder hitting, A, there's something to heal. B, you can't clear this without a tank, so there's no necessity for a tank. With how hard things hit, you will run out of cooldowns. You gotta use cooldowns, otherwise you keep dying, right? You will either run out of cooldowns or mana, so DPS also need to do their fucking job and kill shit faster. So maybe increase the difficulty on dungeons, but I'm against that idea because casuals also need to play that. So it's hard to figure out what to do. But it's like, I just don't agree that cooldowns need to be nerfed for sake of fucking dungeons. I see the frustration when you specifically look at it as potency, like Benediction Bloodwedding. But Bloodwedding is made for Savage and Ultimates, so it's like, it's obviously I can't defend that because like, but we shouldn't be balancing shit around dungeons. Cole seems like the type of people who I used to have to manage in World of Warcraft. Treats everyone like an idiot while doing the least in the group, and if you call him out, I guarantee he'd just throw a tantrum. Yeah, saying he's cleared ultimates before and he knows his class, I can't tell you how many times I've had to beg people like him to read their tooltips. The same way of talking happened in World of Warcraft basically every expansion. There are several Cataclysm heroic dungeons where bosses are basically unkillable by newer players because skills have been reworked or taken away. The only way to kill them is to spam heal and hope everyone knows the mechanics. If you don't, you had to hope they're willing to learn or have one person solo the boss for 10 minutes. Yeah, that's true. Especially back in Legion, like Dark Knights and Vengeance Demon Hunters could solo like a lot of bosses if you play smart. I used to just leave those dungeons because I knew we wouldn't clear it. Also, Bardam's Metal sucks as a dungeon, and no one can change my mind. I agree with you. Bardam's Metal is kind of shit for a dungeon. I kind of like the last boss, though. The last boss is aight. The first and the second, it can eat my shorts. Hold on. Let me take a short break, because like even my throat is kind of drying out. Holy shit, how long have we been doing this? Man, my voice is like gonna give out soon. And the music fucking ran out again. Oh no, it just stopped because I turned on the video. There you go. People will just stop doing wall to wall, then you will have to make it even hard to do the same. Yeah. Maybe dungeon design should just fucking change. Loki, you're misconstruing the argument. It's not that they want the dungeons more difficult, it's not that the healers want more of a challenge. It's that a low skill level, i.e. before extremes, the game is fundamentally unfun for an entire role, healers. I mean, look, let's be fucking honest. Once you get it, it's not fun for all the fucking jobs. What exciting content do you do as a tank? You pull wall to wall, then you just use mitigation, you just keep pressing your AoE. You press AoE, your combo E, sometimes you have a spender if you're a gunbreaker, AoE. Dungeons are just not fun for all the jobs. Like, I don't know. Name any fucking dungeon where tank doesn't need to just move a bit from the spot. Like, most dungeons are just not fun for most jobs, even DPS. At one point, you get tired of doing 2 minutes, man. but I do get that healers got the shortest end of the stick. At that skill level, you are extraneous. Hold on, I'm googling this. Extraneous, irrelevant, or unrelated to the subject being dealt with. Okay, good word. I learned something today. And all you do is press one button. This is not good game design, and just telling players to do harder difficulties or get good isn't the solution. I believe I suggested just adding an extra difficulty, so people have a variety of like, we shouldn't be all sharing one fucking sandbox, man. And dismissing the healer's concern as them being whiny or silly isn't helping either. I didn't. I mean, I said they're childish. I didn't. I didn't say they're whiny or silly. Did I? I might have. You know what? I'll give it to you. Like, I might have mentioned something like that because I support their cause, but I don't necessarily agree with what the fuck they're doing. It's mispainting their concern as if they're asking for the stars and the moon when all they're asking is for better experience in dungeons than spamming one button over and over. I mean, this experience is also in other content again. They're not asking for DPS even. Like, there's a multitude of opinions now. Especially now that I've, like, again, all I'm doing is, like, I'm checking everyone's opinion. I'm checking the majority, I'm checking everyone's take. I have my own take, but then my take has shifted a couple of times now as well. I've checked the Japanese forums, you can do the same. Again, like, just get the add-on that just translates. It comes from Google. You can check everyone's opinion. It's like, at this point, it's not just DPS. Some people are fine with what it is, but they want a more fun, like, combat design, specifically in the instances rather than the rotation. So it's hard to tell, but I respect your opinion. I'm not gonna like it because we're disagreeing. What people find fun is objective. That's true. That's also true. That's essentially what I mean. That there's like so many opinions all over the place. Newsflash: below extremes is mindless and easy. Tanks just for any future like comment sections. I don't know if I'm gonna do comment reading more, depending how many fucking comments are gonna be dropped in videos. But be civil. All I ask is just be civil, be polite. I get it that someone might disagree, but let's not go the route of newsflash. But yeah, it's like not a lot of people do have fun in dungeons. Let's be honest, it's not as fun as you think. Is this like an entire argument? Hold on, I'm pretty sure we can heal wall to wall. That's a weird of saying you don't run extremes. Yeah, please, just be polite, be civil. That's all I ask. You can disagree, that's fine. But again, remember what I'm asking. Just be polite in the comment section, be civil. Like, if you don't agree with someone, 2 plus 2 is 5 men, that's awesome, and just leave. You don't have to continue an argument or prove someone wrong on the internet. Everyone's opinion is valid, okay? Healers can't be this fucking boring this expansion. They're complaining about casual content. If they want something more engaging, perhaps maybe Roblox is up there. To be fair, chat, hear me out. To be fair, there is a top simulator in Roblox. There's also a DSR simulator in Roblox. The only reason I'm even considering at some point trying Roblox is because I've seen streamers do simulations in Roblox for ultimates while they're in Party Finder. I'm tempted to try it out. Maybe we will, actually. Maybe we will make a video on it. But this is interesting. They're supposed to heal. They either should do that or get out of the healer's way. There's other jobs they can go to, and quite frankly, they won't play DPS because they know they're garbage at it. I mean, this is just a lot of, like, stuff without context. They won't play DPS because they're garbage at it, but then, again, we can bring examples. Like, for example, Momo. 14 Momo. He's one of the top, like, scholar players right now up there. Speed kills. He participates in the world first race with his team, usually in the top 10. Sometimes they're a bit slow. But he is considered one of the better scholars, and he also mains DPS. You will see him optimizing Monk. It's beautiful to see, because he will optimize extra 20 fucking potency and go mad about it. But like, let's not take jabs at each other like this, okay? Be polite, be civil. I respect your opinion, but be civil, please. And I said what I said. If you have a problem with it, make gripe at someone who actually cares about your measly 230 member. What the fuck is this? Okay, you're just being uncivil. At some point, DPSs are gonna be boring as well. You're gonna be complaining too. Whatever. Like, this is actually a very good point. Green DPS. That's what the Japanese refer to the healers. They refer to them as the healer, as the green DPS. I'm on the fence about healers getting an expanded DPS rotation as pure damage, as that feels like I'd be exacerbate the current problem would have role job identity issues. The healer archetype should focus more on keeping the rest of the players alive. True. While damage remains the focus of DPS jobs. Okay, yeah, I kinda agree. Plus, the idea of damage for healing is what gives Sage a unique flavor, and meshing that across the board will just deepen the same problem. Yeah, I kinda agree there, yeah. But this is like one of the reasons I did mention before. I gave it some thought about my previous opinions about giving more offensive utility to healers. But again, I just feel like, again, it just comes down to the design of the instances. Raids, dungeons, etc. Make us use our tools. Make it necessary. Some people will die. That's fine, natural selection. They will learn eventually. But give us something to do. That's it. It doesn't have to be, you know, difficult, hard, you know, it doesn't have to hit us harder, but do some mechanics that require us to do something. Hell, in dungeons, just do one of those raid wides that puts us at 1% and we either are doomed or there's a raid wide coming in soon that we need to heal up or mitigate. Something. Gimme. But perhaps some sort of utility rotation would help healers shine and would answer the boredom associated with the class. Yeah. Provided there's an engaging way to set up their utility rotation. In most other MMOs, or even MOBAs, healer classes don't just heal, but most have a utility skill that can be utilized to set up engagements. And those can be appreciated by even the most casual players fumbling around. And players that desire optimization in harder content can coordinate with tanks and DPS to get the biggest damage numbers during the damage phases. Yeah, I kind of get it. I wouldn't include MOBAs in here, but I agree. Probably some of the extra heal buttons could be swapped with tools that heighten crit rates, or... Okay, so more RDPS you mean, like more buffs and utility. Or perhaps buttons that add vulnerability that works even with bosses. Ooh, White Mage should have a trick attack. Or some may even make their party more likely to dodge or the enemy more likely to miss. You know what? This is a good fucking idea. Like in World of Warcraft, there's an ability called Darkness on Vengeance Demon Hunters. It's such a good fucking spell. Such a good fucking spell. It helps even like dodging spells in that game. I think this is a good idea. I think this is a really good idea. I'd love healer to lead into the support role even harder. Like sure, the other roles, even optimized, will probably still be able to clear on pure damage, but healer support classes can expedite the phases even more. The feeling of setting up the perfect opening for the rest of the team to strike probably the healer high most of us are looking for. I agree with this. I don't think a lot of people will agree with this, but I see your point. I kind of agree with this. I agree with this healing having the ability to, as Loki puts it, in huge deal for skill expression. Yeah, Spreadler is like one of those. Especially in small party content mostly being described. Experience was a game changer for dealing any kind of positional mechanics. Yeah, additional small utility being this could be themed to the jobs as rough example. I agree. See, this is what I like to see, people just agreeing. Adding more support tools. What kind of gear? There is good scholar. Need to seek challenges or USP needs to rethink healer. This is the kind of discussion I like. People agreeing or disagreeing and just having a conversation. I like this. I didn't like it just because they all agree with each other, but just like I like polite conversations like this. Ever since the war started. God, what a fucking start to a comment. Ever since the war started, Zeppla has just been getting worse as a person. It's not that it's hard to find her. Oh my fucking god. It's not that it's hard to find her logs. She's just a liar and chill now. I think she's actually lost her mind and I used to love her streams for her positivity, but now it's just like she went back to the World of Warcraft mindset. So previously, basically, I think she just kind of stopped pretending and just kind of became more what she is. I don't think she's a complete shill now. I think she still has some passion for the game. I just don't think she has the best interests of her community in mind. Well, she went back to the WoW game, so checks out. It has nothing to do with the game, let's be honest. Like, people don't change. Let's be honest, people might change their objectives, ambitions, goals, or how they do things, but usually people don't change. She always makes it clear that she's casual, not expert like others. Where is all this game hate coming from? The hate is coming from people that don't like to be... Again, this all comes down to the same argument that people don't like to be told, given like hardcore advice by sprouts. People just like, especially when it's like talking to a child, they will give you an opinion, and it's just like listening. Oh wow, that's cool, yeah. And they will insist it's the correct opinion, and they will call you a hater if you disagree with them. Like, and to be fair, again, I don't hate Zeppla. I genuinely do not hate Zeppla. She wants to get that back. She should get that back. Go for it, girl. But I just wish she would be a bit more honest and not doing this constant fucking war against the haters. and having these like schizo episodes where she's like, haha, the schizos, they're seething, they're in shambles. I've succeeded. Like, she's constantly doing a lot of like damage control and backtracking in her videos. That's what my problem is. But I already decided I'm gonna stop reacting to her videos. The last one I reacted to is gonna be the last one. As if Final Fantasy XIV is a positive community, she isn't acting like we want her to act, so something must be wrong with her. Sounds like you're the problem. You're hardly a ray of sunshine. Not the best take. You're not wrong that the community isn't as positive as people do claim, but it's like, Zepla has her own fucking reasons to be annoying to a lot of people. Especially people who have supported her, and then she suddenly just kind of just turns on them because they have a disagreement. But she will treat it as haters. Listening to Zepla just sends chills down my spine. She literally got carried through TNDSR, yet acts like she knows it all. And what does she mean the kits have been designed for ultimates? If anything, nothing breaks her rotation and ideal gameplay more than an ultimate. Saying that is just borderline ridiculous. Ultimates are part of where you can see people that try to figure out optimize whatever they can, and those that just have no idea, be it DPS, mitigation planning, utilities, and so on. And no, you're not being an angry person. It makes no sense that she compares two polar opposites to each other, but I guess she just gets what she wants, attention. Yeah. Again, like, people will clear a fucking ultimate and then compare it to dungeons. And sometimes it just feels like she's not actually comparing anything, she just wants to flaunt that, you know what, I cleared in ultimate, so I kind of know what I'm talking about. Oh. You can't get carried through those ults, you have to pull your own weight, Lamau. She may be skilled enough in Dancer to do ultis, but it also doesn't make her a healer expert. Yeah, I agree, but I don't think you can get carried. Obviously she got her clears, good on her, but we also know that most of the heavy lifting for her prog was done by her teams. We've seen the prog. I like watching people's prog, but it's just watching her prog kind of got, I don't know. What's the word? Probably just, the word I'm looking for is exhausting. What is this drama? I've had 0 tank dungeon runs and 0 healer runs just for fun with my friends, and this and previous expansions in roulettes, and people are crying about it now. Only thing I haven't successfully done is a 4 DPS because I don't have enough sustain for the boss. I think tank busters need to be more frequent and boss-wise to force cooldown usage instead of the current no CD except on trash gameplay. Yeah, I kind of see the point. Yeah, I agree with you here. I would also significantly reduce the ability for tanks to solo bosses if they're actually getting slammed more often. Yeah, I like that. I guess I'm also just used to Vindictus, which I played before Final Fantasy XIV. Everyone was in charge of their own healing most of the time. Other classes having their own sustain, always being completely fine to me. Vindictus is like a different animal. In Vindictus, everyone has pots, and you can also pay to revive your entire party during raid. But I see what you're coming from, and there's always like, but to be fair, in Vindictus you also have like, if you're a Crassus player, you are responsible for the tanking mechanics and, you know, the quick time event. But yeah, I see what you mean, like, oh, unfortunately, yeah, Vindictus is very different from 14. Sorry, not Crassus. What is the dude's name? The one that uses fists or the pillar? I'm sure the comment section will let me know, but I appreciate you. After following your previous recaps on this nonsense, it seems this vocal minority are clamoring for Cataclysm Heroics, where the heroic expert dungeons on original Cataclysm released for World of Warcraft were so healing intensive that several bosses, Stonecore B1 in particular, could insta-wipe if the healer missed a cast, even with the raid gear. It was so difficult that several healing specs were immediately removed from the meta, and people would drop party rather than try dungeon with a non-meta healer. I mean, that's a World of Warcraft thing. I've been kicked out for being a non-meta DPS so many times there. This also resulted in healers having a large amount of impromptu cloud within party dynamics. This was later remedied, and healing at that level was moved to the Mythic Dungeon system in Pandaria. Okay. This was brought on by the was there Mythic Dungeon in Pandaria? Yes, there was. Sorry, I'm just kind of trying to remember. This was brought on by the previous expansions, Wrath of the Lich King, heroic dungeons not scaling with the level of gear, stats, and availability, as well as player familiarity, you know the fucking word, overtaking encounter design at the time. I see many similarities to the current situation in Final Fantasy XIV, and I'm curious to see if Creative Studio 3 makes different choices in how to address the issues presented. Much appreciated for the review, Loki. I appreciate your comment as well. I can see your point. I don't necessarily agree with the whole comparing to the World of Warcraft part, but I see the comparison. I agree partially. I respect your comment. I can hear the break yourself upon my body, feel the strength of the earth still. It's so hate. Oh no. No idea how you made it through all these last two videos where it feels like they don't understand what the actual reason people don't like playing healers. The jobs aren't as fun as everything else. Yep. Yeah, that's why it was so difficult to go through like Cole's fucking video. Imagine the MSQ gated behind savage level dungeons. I already hate so many stuff gated behind MSQ, but if stuff was gated behind mandatory savage leveling dungeons, which keep in mind, a lot of people spam to level all jobs. I too would go on a healer strike. Yeah, I kinda see it. It boggles my mind that there are players who think increasing story dungeons to near savage difficulty is a good thing. Yes, let's massively shrink our community when it comes... when the game that is championed has its locked by dungeons and content creation. You motherfuckers need to start learning punctuation. Some of these comments are giving me an aneurysm. Nothing against you, Stormkeeper, but some of these fucking comments need punctuation. Holy shit. And content created to heavily punish everyone who doesn't regularly enrage in endgame content. Story dungeons don't need to be harder, just need more interesting mechanics. Every dungeon do need to be harder, but not savage tier to clear. Criterion dungeons need better rewards and could be an alternative way to get savage gear. Alliance raids should have more interesting mechanics, maybe a slightly difficult to weak, but again, not the savage level difficulty. The truly hardcore optimized raiding community may exist and be vocal, but despite what they think, they're not the majority. I agree. Though I do think more content for that community could do wonders for their happiness in game. Essentially this all kind of trickles down to like we need more mid-core content, and I kind of see the point. I kind of agree with you. So back in the day, we did have different levels of difficulty. You had the story, normal, hard, and extreme versions of Trials, but it was all redundant, and we have the current state of normal and extreme. To me, we're heading in the same direction, except it's more spread out. My solution is change the full party comp to either 2 tanks, 1 healer, or 1 tank healer, 1 healer. The experiment has been going pretty well for the 24-man style content. Why not change it for the 8-man? Because we have 4 healers. And they're all different. 2 of them are different from the other 2. Unfortunately, we're in a pigeonhole where the healers, both of them are needed for the average players. On the high end, you're going to optimize the meta healers. Sometimes double regen, double shield. Sometimes it's 1 healer, if we're talking about some instances like, for example, Highdown. Give healers a basic one to... Give healers a basic 1-2-3 combo that can be augmented with cleric stance button, much like the current Sage, or just let out our current skill combo off each other. I did have an opinion on adding a cleric stance kind of button that just kind of enhances the next ability, similar to Dark Knight's Dark Side from Stormblood. But the more I thought about it, that's just... Like, how many times have I pressed Eucrasia and then I wanted to unclick it because I needed healing and not shields? Well, to be fair, that's skill issue, but like I'm now more set on the opinion that the content itself should be more engaging for healers rather than being a healer, if you know what I mean. But I respect your opinion. I disagree with having 1 tank in the party for 8-man content. The second tank is there as safety net if the main tank dies. No, tanks need mechanics. Like, for example, the Erchthonius tank buster in E1S. That was a good fucking tank buster. You have a tank buster where you need to either stack with your group or take it solo. You also have a tank buster that will push away your other co-tank. You could sometimes do some wild shit. For example, stand between the tank and the boss and you will get the pushback while they take the damage. You can also, like, the tank busters just need to be fun for both tanks. It should be fun. that the boss does immediately turn around and nuke a DPS or healer, especially mages, since it's not about just the safety net, it's just co-tanking is a lot more fun than solo tanking. Otherwise, you're just there to be a mid-shield. If there's no double tank mechanics, it's just tanking is gonna be so fucking boring. So boring. I like the P10S Yeet. Yeah, that's the one. Since some bosses auto attacks recently have the ability to interrupt certain casts like reses, that and a tank can't remember every attack in the game. Eventually you're going to end up in a fight you don't remember and just get destroyed and have tankless carnage with only one tank. This is just going to be a skill issue or just people just being a bit clueless. Don't necessarily agree with this, I do respect it, but I believe we need double tanks, just because the 8-man content is more fun that way. I don't like dungeons, I don't like running around. I respect that. Oh my fucking god. Dude, you good? Oh shit. Let me have a drink real quick. Jesus Christ. I respect a lot of these people's opinions. Everyone's opinion is valid, but... Oh, this is doing a number on my throat. Holy shit. The game is built that you don't have to know everything. You have to learn as you go through multiple runs, and that's all true. But there's also a lot of references you should be kind of familiar with. Another case example that people name Light are unhinged and dangerous. Oh yeah, the Light is giga dangerous. I agree with a lot of what you said throughout the video, but I disagree with adding a separate difficulty for dungeons. Yeah, I dropped that idea, so you're not going to be wrong here. The closest thing we have to that right now is Criterion, which is generally fine outside of decent rewards. If there were 2 expert roulettes, one hard and one normal, and there is no difference in reward, everyone will just... I did suggest having better rewards for that one, but again, I dropped that idea already. Everyone will just do the normal one to get it out of the way faster. At the end of the day, it's about the tomes and efficiency. Yep. Although if they made the hard experts give more rewards, then that could lead to other problems. Like splitting the total amount of people queuing up for expert in total, making the wait times longer, and minor conflicts between folks who are confident in their ability but actually aren't that good going into the harder experts and causing issues. FOMO from not being good enough, willing to scared to try harder variant of expert despite wanting more rewards. It's just a whole can of worms I feel like the devs don't want to get mixed up in. I agree. Not to mention folks in the normal expert will have less experienced players to expedite the run. If all good players stopped doing normal roulette, it would be more annoying for the general player base. In my experience, all it takes is one good person knowing what they're doing in a dungeon to speed up the dungeon runs by a lot. I agree. Ugh. In my opinion, the best solution if we want these dungeons to be more interesting, and again, is just to add a little spice to them. Not like a trio for every wall-to-wall pull, just like what we have seen before. Dun Meg had a mob buff one enemy that did big nasty tank busters that could be silenced, killed, stunned, or slept during the cast. Yeah, I remember those. The little turtles people. The last dungeon in the MSQ of Shadowbringers had ads that locked onto other party members that required spot healing rather than just jamming everything on the tank. Older dungeons in Heavensward had obstacles, hazards, tornadoes, and debuffs. Misery, heal received down, movement speed down, that would gently ask for some attention but not wipe the party. But we have 90% of the time now in dungeons is the enemy occasionally... What the fuck, sorry. Every 10 seconds or so might do a cone or circle AoE or something that people walk out of. Outside of that, the tank just herds auto attack bolts. They could make those AoEs bigger, longer, or target other players more often so that they could react to that rather than just brain off rotation. Perhaps the damage could be increased a bit, but I'm on the wall without one. At the moment, I just stand in the AoEs and eat them to hit holy or whatever more. I fear the older dungeons are, and Heavensward, where the AoEs there actually would beat my shit in. And we had even less tools to handle it back then too. Nowadays we have more solutions and less problems, and that sort of takes the wind out of my sails. Although I won't deny that the devs are going in the right direction with the additions they made to each healer's kit. Okay. Healers usually shine the best when everyone's getting their shit smashed in, and they manage to recover from the scraps left behind from the party and keep pushing forward. The design philosophy for healers doesn't really work for them in dungeons. These dungeons for everyone and it's required content. So in general, they have to be careful and mindful of all skill ranges. Any changes they add to make healers stand out more has to be on the smaller end, so not to destroy the people that incompetent healers can take care of. Because it sucks when you die and there was nothing you could do about it. So in the end, a little spice is probably all I could ask for. As a side tangent, showing off healer prowess in Savages has been getting rougher to do as well, because how many body checks there are that are completely snuff out any chance of recovery. I agree. That just leaves healers to take care of guaranteed damage, lethal patterns of AoE's attacks that only healers can deal with, or when someone messes up and needs a kiss on the boo-boo. That is kind of boring, especially with some buttons that just some lethal patterns and then you don't do anything else. I agree. This is a very good comment. I was on the fence before reading this entire paragraph, but I'm glad I did. I respect that. I appreciate the comment. Honestly, I agree with your point regarding criterions. The issue has been rewards for running them, as the current crop lacks variety from the other content. The exquisite weapons were a great first step, and I think an expansion of the idea moving forward could be as follows: add tombstone, gear, and upgrades to the criterion, possibly with additional tiering added. In current Endwalker terms, having a third Crandulum set at around item level 640 that can be upgraded to 650 in Criterion and 660 in Criterion Savage. I also think the variant in Criterion needs to be split in order to allow for more criterions, with the variants added where appropriate in MSQ and side content, and reserving criterions for remixes of the expert roulette dungeons. I kind of see that idea, yeah. I would adding criterions as optional vectors for relic materials would also help, provided the rewards reflected tuning, and they were never the sole vector. I would like, honestly, the criterion to be parallel to Savage. You know what? I would like the criterion to be parallel to Savage, because some people just don't like 8-main content. Maybe they just want difficult 4-main content. Obviously, some players will want to do both for more gear, but unless they're planning to, you know, uncap the fucking tombstones, I feel like I would like some more gear. You still reading comments? You could have clear top by now. No, you know I wouldn't have clear top by now, because people there are scary. Wall-to-wall dungeon pulls. Healer are with a veteran tank on board because I have one button to spam and the tank is using proper cooldowns on trash mob. Also healers, but the newbie tank. Jesus fucking Christ, this tank is paper. I've blown everything on him and I couldn't keep him alive. Yep. I do dungeons as warrior specifically because most healers I've run into can't even handle them. White Mage has one of the best pack cooldowns with Holy and they sit there cure fishing. Machinist Main. I like that name. I like that name. One other thing I want to add. This is what... Did you like leave a comment previously? Oh, you have another comment. I'll get to you in a second then. Bunch of casuals, lol, complaining if you have a good healer. You also don't need a tank at all in dungeons. Okay. Me, a main warrior, since ARR, remembering all the deaths I dealt with when the healers forget to stop DPS and to toss a cure. Warriors get survivability and now don't need the heal, and now healers want to cry about it. Go Holy or an Art of War to your heart's content. I don't need you or have to rely on you to have a good and fast dungeon run anymore. Okay. One thing I want to add, this is what the community asked for. They cried about being expected to heal on DPS in early content. They cried about tabs wearing straight... What the fuck? Tanks, I'm assuming you're saying tanks. Wearing strength gear to try to push DPS, they cried about skill gap and the tryhards. Well, this is what all complaining ended up in. Okay. Hold on, thank you for the comments. I could be wrong post... Wait, hold on, what the fuck? I could be wrong post-release, but isn't all this also ignoring the fact that the dungeons they did might be the first one? Yeah. Level 92. Is it possible this is just the easier dungeon of the lot? Burning Sky dungeon in Endwalker is tougher than Tower of Babel sometimes. Yep. Some dungeons are already harder than others, so I don't know why the first idea is nerf Warrior Paladin. Yeah. There's nothing for me to add to this one, but yeah. I do agree that this is level 92 dungeons, but yeah, it could be more fun. But I just don't agree with nerfing other jobs because you're unhappy with yours. I don't know about Nerf and Paladin, but dungeons right now are absolutely mundane with the warrior and party. They do such regarding this, I'm hoping that the case. Okay. Oh my fucking god. I hope you guys fucking appreciate going through your comments like this. Holy shit. Comments from 2 days ago now. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So why haven't DPS or tank players had an Uprising 5 expansions ago when all tank and or all healer dungeons clear were possible for all these years? Story dungeons are instruments of story progression, and getting so uppity about it is definitely something. I like playing healer on the side, and I haven't cared about not having to double manage heals plus damage tools, but I am still optimizing my heals no matter what skill level the group is at. Yep. That's my own mini game I play, letting my party survive within inches of their lives because the dungeon's content is so low stakes. Okay. You're one of those people, I see. We call it generating LB. Increasing mobs' boss auto damage puts a higher degree of strain on those who aren't versed in healing flow, especially so in part due to the tank not knowing proper mitigation rotation. Which can... mitigation rotation, huh? Which can start shying away all the MSQ babies like Lil Timmy who only look... wait, what the fuck? Sorry. Which can start shying away all the MSQ babies like Lil Timmy who only looks at damage buttons into duty support training wheels that they will never able to take off. Okay. You don't fix MSQ dungeons by making them harder, because if you just start belting 5 warm glory boys constantly in succession, then every DPS player on the planet will yell at their healer wondering where all the healing tools they claim they have wanted to use in dungeons all these years were. Meanwhile, the tank is just chilling, with hand in popcorn pocket, still fighting the boss. Like, there's a non-negligible number of healer players that don't know what the extent of 50% of their healing kit actually does. That is true. That is true. It just looks absolutely hilarious to me, a DPS main that just rolls through almost every job in the game. Red Mage can sit in the trash can. Oh no. Oh no. That a minority of healers want to go on strike because a world-class tank player with the brain cells to use proper mitigation and world-class DPS players semi-optimize something. While at the same time, somewhere else, healer Karen is screaming at Jobstone Eater Timmy. Healer Karen is screaming at Jobstone Eater Timmy about not using mitts and forcing her to sit there and GCD heal. I'm just imagining it's a marauder. I can't understand the sentiment of wanting to heal as a healer because I'm a DPS player trying to minimize my heals while playing healer. I'd rather have balanced rewards for pressing my damage buttons or healing buttons. Sage, I feel, embodies the balanced rewards, where pressing doses procs a heal on the target, lowering the overall necessary GCD healing, and playing defensively by putting up shields gives an instant cast GCD damage button. That also procs Carida? Isn't Cardion? Oh, I think that's just Cardia healing feedback back into itself. Astra can also fall into this because of just how interactive it can be while also doing light mental gymnastics to do your stuff right. White Mage and Scholar don't really have it in the same way, or is just too invisible for the most players to understand. Despite Misery being the fastest... I choked my own words. Despite Misery being the fattest heals good and feels bad button, and Fey Union possibly being one of the most underappreciated button, I agree that it's very underappreciated. Being one of the most underappreciated buttons because I didn't respect it for a while. But what I do know, compared to these healers on strike and some content creators who clearly have the game analyzed and solved before it what the fuck? I'm just tired. I've gone through so many contents. It's literally been hundreds of contents. I'm losing my mind. Holy shit. Healers on strike, who clearly have the game analyzed and solved before it has even come out. I'm just a stupid DPS player who presses funny damage buttons and cries in the corner when no crit direct hit. Okay. Holy shit, my brain is just burning out. Are you referring to the media Dungeon Clear with Xeno? If so, I think it's mainly a matter of healers realize, for example, not even a week past since Destiny 2. Okay, you guys are just having a... I'm just not gonna check every polite conversation. I'm sorry, guys. There's just so many fucking comments. I feel the devs have some really good healing mechanics in fights in Endwalker, Barbarissa, P6, P10. I think PRS Part 1 as well. The return of the Sunachek and P12S P2, which I recently found out is a direct lift from TG, Sid, and Oz, Orborn. If they keep doing more stuff like this that gives us fun new toys to play with, it'll be nice. I really like the Glare 4 stuff attached to Presence of Mind coming to Dawntrail, and I'm looking forward to trying on my White Mage. Good comment. I'm also kind of excited for White Mage. White... I still can't believe they gave White Mage a gap closer at level 40, holy shit. P11S felt really nice on White Mage, good to mess around with a good amount of optimization on the fly. Good. I hope they introduce more of that, or keep it as a norm for boss trials. Boss fights should not be easy, that one healer is enough to keep everyone alive. That's true, Heideling's so fucking annoying. Oh, even actually, what am I fucking... You can even, I believe, solo heal it on Zodiac as well. Actually, what the fuck am I saying? I solo healed Zodiac. I have only started playing seriously since 5.1-ish. Was there any clear reason why they stopped doing hard mode dungeons after Heaven Star? I don't know. I appreciate your comment, but I don't know. I think they wanted to focus more on the story and making sure the dungeons of MSQ are as good as they could be at the time. Granted, at a certain point, worldwide pandemic may have also derailed some plans too at the time. Since there were hard dungeons in Stormblood, just not as many as in Heavensward or Realm Reborn, and realistically not in Shadowbringers. Okay. Cool. Heavensward dungeon, the vault still hits pretty hard. I love that dungeon, to be fair. I like that dungeon. Z Saga continues. Okay. I think proper damage rotation would fix a lot of issues. As gamers, we like pushing our buttons. Maybe. I don't necessarily agree with this comment anymore. Just because I kind of shifted my opinion after the Japanese forums. But, yeah. Yeah. Yo, it's that dude that fucking disappears, disagrees with everyone. Actually, no, I don't care. I don't care what he says anymore. As a paladin and dark main, I can assure you, I need the healing more than anything. Dark Knight, I can understand, but as a fellow paladin main, past 80, you really don't. The self-heal is not that strong, dude, and no clemency does not count. To be fair, you do a lot of potency in healing. Like, as a paladin, you can still solo dungeons. It's not as easy as on warrior, but you generate a lot more healing potency than they do. It's kind of wild. It doesn't matter if it was Xeno or Whoops or whoever. A warrior and 3 DPS can do dungeons without too much difficulty right now. You make it out like it's hard, and it's not hard, though. I'm just saying people are looking at people who do it very easily and make a standard about it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's very fucking easy. I mean, it is giga easy, but it's like, I'm not saying it's possible for every fucking 1 tank and 3 DPS. It only happened here because of 2 who participated. But I guarantee you, anyone who has done, say, an extreme trial, you could do it quite easily. Every dungeon in the game can be cleared on release without a healer. Healers right now are in dire straits. I don't disagree necessarily with you, but let's be honest. Let's just be honest. If we replace Llama Todd or Whoops with Cole and Zeppelin in that party, do you still genuinely believe they would finish that fucking dungeon? Oh, okay, this is a debate. I'm not gonna... I hope you guys are being polite. I'm not gonna butt myself into every debate. Hi, Jewel. Is bro mad because he didn't clear top and knows that theoretically clear healers aren't needed and is taking it personally? I guess. Did he even start top? I don't know. People proved healerless top was possible, but how many people are looking to replicate that? Nobody. It's not really a good example. I guess the next ultimate will have multiple assumable debuffs and that will resolve it. Necessitate the role actions, I guess. I agree with that. I do. I'll complain about that yet again or find something to complain about. Unfortunately, I agree with that as well. Yeah. God, hunt trains are annoying to get on. The necessity for external systems to function make it annoying to pay attention. What the fuck do hunt trains have to do with this? I don't know. Roulettes are easier for me. Yeah. Cool, I guess. Thank you for the comment. Holy shit. God, my throat is going to give out. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Why are we comparing hardcore players like Zeno and his friends that know every inch of how to actually play their job to a common player? The fact that they, Zeno and Whoops, and the other two clear the dungeons without a healer is because they know what they are doing. That is true. Again, it's the same example. If there were different content creators in that dungeon, chances are it would go a lot less smoother. I'm sure they could clear it eventually, just not necessarily would. It's hard to tell. The healer strike is as dumb as the lol chair. I mean, I would have taken the healer strike in a less childish way if they, emphasized certain issues more clearly and in a more mature way. But so far, the forums, and believe it or not, I do go through the forums. I do read some of the messages there. Some of them are just very not nice. Some of them are just not nice to read, and some of them are just kind of all over the place. And the whole strike. It's like there's a better way to offer your feedback. There's a better way to do all of this. I would love even a single extra DPS option for each healer. The follow-up ones are nice, but just don't feel like enough since they generally follow things that aren't really things you spam on CD. Firstly, for Scholar, I would love to see Miasma 2 back. No, I don't. Nah. This is probably the simplest one. Why mention I would also love to see a DPS option for the lilies. It's called Blood Lily. It just feels kind of shy to burn a lily when you don't need it on a heal just to get the Blood Lily. You use it for movement. It's still DPS neutral. So I get why it feels bad, but it's like, it's still DPS neutral, essentially. You use it either for movement or for healing. For free healing, to be specific. Sage is actually fairly fine, except for one thing: they need a way to passively generate Adder Sting. Like every X doses in a row, you get one sting. I can see how some people can be frustrated with it. I don't necessarily agree with this. I like that you have to actually shield people to get the sting. But to be fair, generating those stacks just to use a movement skill, it's also not necessarily. If you got Icarus, you can slide cast, and with the 1.5 GCD cast, it's like it's not that hard to use mobility skills. Plus, it's like Eucrasia and some of the other skills as well. Use Eucrasia to reapply dot. That's also like 2 GCDs worth of movement. Pneuma also lets you to not Pneuma, Phlegma also allows you to move. They have plenty of mobility. I don't necessarily kind of think we need more ways to generate Adder Sting. As for Astro, I'll have to try out the new cards. It might feel alright, but if it doesn't... What the fuck is the sentence? Hold on. As for Astro, I'll have to try out the new cards. It might feel alright with what you have, but if it doesn't, a simple usage of the Lord that has a 30-second or so CD separate from their draw could be a possible option. Mostly the issue I sent that healing is weak. Healing feels fine if a little too bloated with all the different options we have. Mostly healers are just tired of our gameplay for the most part being 2-1-1-1. Yeah. Okay, cool. I kind of see some of the points, but it was just so fucking difficult to read all of this. I think utility being stacked as a healer responsibility will alleviate any issues I have with healer role. Damage buffs, raid mid, wound, healing, shielding, miter dots. Give that all to healers. I agree. That could be fun, depending. Pure healers can have big heals, regen, bigger burst, damage, wound debuffs. Shield healers can have shields, better mitigation, damage buffs, and dots. This is an example. I see your point. I kind of agree with it. Plus, it's like the different types of spells will still divide the healers. But I still think we need to start with specifically making the fights fun first before we start giving more tools to the healers. Give me more things to do and make me feel like an important party member. Yeah. Good comment. Healer main watching healer main video. People cute. People shy. She's like a lot of YouTubers as of late, pretty much complained for the last 2-3 years about the expansion because of some weird nostalgia of Shadowbringers, and think Endwalker was garbage in comparison. That's just objectively not true. That's just objective not true. Whatever. So now she's reckoned her behavior for, I think you wanted to say Redcon, but for Dawn Trails. Zeno said it right. She's just salty that her top group disbanded. Oh no. Oh my god. Imagine if someone keeps spamming comments and you have to keep reading and reading the whole night. Oh, fuck. I'm mainly reading all these comments because it's like, it's a particular topic and I kind of want to just put it to rest. I'm not gonna make a big habit out of like doing this. I will normally like do comment reading specifically for a specific video with a specific topic, right? But because I sent out fucking 4 videos on this topic, that's why I'm going through several days worth of comments right now. Because I want people to still have a conversation, and I want them to understand that I want to give them like a platform to voice out their opinions, and everyone's opinions is valid. Well, most of the people. Some people are just kind of fucking volatile, but everyone's opinion is valid, and it's always just good to have a conversation and kind of brainstorm ideas. You know what I mean? An Astro friend of mine once said DPS and tanks should use their personalized CDs, mids to second win, to help the healers. This wasn't Savage. Yeah. I want every dungeon to feel like Zod. My first run from... Oh, he means, I think, Towers was Zod. Was racing. The pulls are spicy, especially before the tanks get level 82. Yeah, defensive traits. And the bosses are fast-paced and movement-heavy. Yeah, I kind of see that. And then the final boss, keeping uptime by swapping melee targets and finding 2-target AoE gains, while dodging massive room-wide telegraphs. That's peak dungeon content. I agree. Towers was actually kind of good design. I kind of agree with here. Yeah. Players want to be engaged. I don't care if it's through rotation or fight design. I just want to be engaged. You know what? That's good. I agree with this. Cool. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Maybe I'm an angry viewer because I spend 90% of Cole's video shouting, "What does this have to do with Xenos clearing dungeon queues?" No, I agree, because I literally was the same. Oh my fucking god, so many paragraphs. Okay. I firmly believe that a lot of the complaints come from shift in focus from players, where they started to focus on efficiency and DPS numbers. At the start of the game, players were having fun trying out things to see what works for them and what was fun for them to play. The more people were running the content, the faster they wanted to run them. Yeah, min-maxing basically. This was partially for the enjoyment of speed running content, finding the most optimal route, setup, rotation, but also not being longer in the content than needed. This created a divide between the experienced players, the newer players, and the people in between who are learning a new job. This is, in general, isn't a bad thing, but what we've lost is really playing with random people for the fun of it and enjoying the company of others. Okay. It's not as bad as a lot of people are saying, because with all the random people you've been grouped up with over the course of the past 10 years, I can count with just 2 hands how many times people were toxic, used the you don't pay my sub, etc. In the end, it's just a game. Don't get worked up on it if something isn't going optimal. Unless you are trying to clear things like Savage and Ultimate, or when you have created a group to work on finding an optimal strat. Okay. Wall-to-wall pulling has been a norm in dungeons for a very long time, but mostly because more experienced players want to go fast. The rest just had to keep up. This can be extremely rough on people who are new to the game or their job. Even all the way to the current extreme dungeons, just help a players out. Wait, what? Just help a player out and adjust a little to them as well. You're a player, a game as a team. Let everyone have fun with it, please. If Paladin uses Clemency, he doesn't really trust the healer, and that's fine. Give them a reason to trust the healers. Same for Vercure. I agree with this. There have been so many times where even a dungeon run has been saved with these spells. It's all good. Yeah, I agree with this. I like this. You know what? I like this comment. On the topic of making things more interesting for healers, some like to heal more, others like to use more than one DPS button. It boils down to what Dawntrail can offer in boss battle design and accommodate with... See, this is what I mean. A lot of people essentially, the more I'm talking to a lot more people and the more I'm shifting my own opinion, people want better battle design rather than rotation or anything else. So I'm kind of getting this. I just hope it's less of a you make one mistake and you wipe the party. What I miss in Final Fantasy XIV right now are situations that deviate from the usual just DPS the boss. I want to see crowd control in more content, like having to sleep ads, have a heal the target NPC boss phase, more DPS you can cleanse, single target soak mechanics aside from the tanks while taking significant damage, etc. What kind of mechanics would you all like to see added to the game and make more interesting for healers? I like this comment. This is a good comment. I like this opinion. Let's see what you made happen this month as a subscriber of Loki Golden. What the fuck? Sorry, I don't get it. I think my brain is fried. I don't get that that comment. Sorry, what? What was that, Coco? This isn't about healers. It's about dungeons that are too easy, which in itself has its roots in the lack of mid-core content. Nobody should care about dungeons. If you don't do hard content, you're kind of forced to care about them. Yeah, no, I still disagree with that. You're not like nobody's forcing you to care about the dungeons just because you don't have anything else to do, or well, to be specific, you don't want to do anything else. Got a banner for stream stats wrapped on Twitch. For a month, I wasn't even there. Okay. It just what the fuck? It just feels dumb when Yoshi P is mentioning every time that raids will be more unique, and then we have dungeons that are literally the same easy, boring shit we have for 8 years and zero evolving. I agree. And you don't have to be high and raider to do the dungeons without a healer. What the fuck? Well, dungeons are just fucking easy, and it's at least for me bad. Okay, that's why I just don't like doing or farming dungeons for leveling a class, because it's just stupid easy. Even the 50 dungeons were more fun, because you could just pull pretty much and everything feels satisfying. You know, I agree with this. Oh, God, my throat. Disagree on who cares about dungeons. The main issue for a lot more casual players is the ramp up in difficulty, because dungeons don't prepare you for harder content. I agree. Dungeons should get harder as you continue in the game and offer an easy mode with the NPC assistance for people who just want to do the story. Yeah, that's called trust. I kind of see your point. It's hard to tell what is the correct way from here, but I don't believe dungeons should be preparing you for high-end content. That should be the raids, because the high-end content specific. Actually, no, that is the case. Even Criterion will have the variant dungeon before you go into Criterion, so there is like specific content to prepare you for it. Dungeons just don't have anything to follow up to prepare you for. So the dungeons are still just there. Nobody does like maybe I'm sure there's some dungeon enthusiasts, but people just don't do dungeons for fun. It's just not fun to do dungeons right now. Is essentially the crux of the issue. Well, the crux of the issue is that it's not fun to do them, and they're super easy even with a healer. But if they were more fun and they would bring some fun mechanics that would necessitate the presence of a healer in a dungeon, that would be a different conversation. But right now, it's like, again, I'm still of the opinion who cares about dungeons, because again, people just go there for either the minion, so maybe tombstone farming, etc. But yeah, like outside of the roulettes, does anyone else go into the older dungeons? Outside of roulettes, does anyone ever just like maybe you're helping a homie level up, maybe, but who goes into the older dungeons? Nobody, no, because nobody does dungeons for fun. I wish they were fun. I wish there were some cool fucking mechanics we could do, but I guess that's what Criterion is gonna be for. She didn't backpedal her points. She did. She likes parts, aspects of content that on the whole she was critical of and still stands by. Look, you can rewatch that fucking video. I literally brought up receipts where she talked opposite of what she was saying. It's not like she's declaring a political leaning and suddenly going back on everything she said. Again, she didn't go back on everything she said. It rubs me the wrong way when Zeppela constantly does damage control in very weird and awkward ways. And you can rewatch the video. I don't know why you think she's not backtracking, because I literally brought up her other video just to double check if I'm right or wrong. I literally do this in a lot of the videos. Like, if I believe I'm right or wrong, or something that I have a question about, I will literally leave the footage in the videos of me looking it up and confirming it myself. I have been wrong in the past, but if someone says something and then they say the opposite, and I'm gonna look back into their video and they're gonna still say the same fucking thing, that is the opposite of what they're saying now, backtracking. It's called backpedaling. Her criticisms are still valid. People agreed with her, and Yoshi even thanked her. Oh, you're one of those. Oh no, you're one of those, aren't you? Her for it in the media tour, regardless of this damage control video. She's simply brightening the mood to offer some balance in a messy and lighthearted fashion. This is not a great this is not a great deception. This is a person who cares about the future of a video game. We also really like the video, but don't all agree on what's best for it, and that's okay. We are for feedback. You know, I like that you are respectful for it. God, I hope you don't watch the other video then. I'm good. I have another Zeppelin video. Don't watch it because I kind of see that you're being very kind-hearted, and I don't want you to feel bad about me disagreeing with you. But I still respect and appreciate your comment. Literally 10 minutes in, and Loki has already shown proof that she did in fact backpedal on one of her points. But regardless, she threw a tantrum because there was no exploration zone, then acted smug about it when the new expansion had new features as she was responsible for it. She's not a person that cares about the game and gave constructive feedback. She was just bored. Getting shit on by top probably didn't help either. Yeah, things happen to a person when your top group disbands, I guess. I think PRS is a bit of a different situation as before. The nerf of an unoptimal class comp was literally unviable. So it was a case of your team's favorite comp was all low damage classes. You would never clear pre-nerf PRS. If you don't adjust and change off classes, the party knew the most. Heck, Abyss is Savage for Square Enix to panic rework Paladin. No, they were already reworking it before Abyssus came out. They already announced that they're gonna rework it back in 6.2, just by the damage meters. Because Paladins were doing 10% less damage than any of the other tanks. That means in a 10-minute fight, one of the tanks could literally do nothing for a minute and they would do the same damage as Paladin. They already announced the rework that they were working on it before 6.3. It wasn't Abyssus. But I do see your point, kind of. Honestly, I had such a bad experience healing this tier that I'm not gonna lie, not gonna heal in DT. To be as blunt as possible, I don't trust most healers to have more responsibility and more to their rotation. There are good healers. There are the Harvey T-Dogs who make me want to punch them through the screen. What the fuck? I don't like that I get that reference. Dungeons should never be your judgment on how well a class or a job type is doing. I agree. As for changes to healers, I'd like to see some of the things WoW does, like Shamans, getting a free proc that lets you insta-cast an ability that normally takes a while to cast and hits pretty hard by maintaining a dot on a target or getting bonuses. That's actually a very good example. I would like to see that too, yeah. The fire spell, I don't remember what it was called. Lava burst or something along those lines. You keep up your fire dot and you get a proc. I know what you're talking about. For being closer to the target like paladins do, I don't necessarily agree with that just because of the whole dance mechanics we got in right. Like a lot of people are already frowning on Sage who got a second dot that has to be reapplied kind of very close to the boss because it's AoE around them. Less played in BFA, so it might be different. It's more or less similar still. Obviously, these are just ones I pulled off the top of my head, but these guys have had a while to think on it and have come up with nothing. I agree that the strike won't do much other than annoy DPS players because the dungeon queue times will be even longer. Yeah. Almost disliked your comment. You almost got in trouble. No, there was no trouble. Being a DPS myself, yeah, it's definitely piss me off and lead to a growing disdain to heal. To be fair, it's not gonna be longer queue times. As much as I kind of, I'm still on the side of the strike. Well, the people trying to do the strike, because again, some things need to be brought up to the dev's attention. But your queue times aren't gonna be longer. Let's be honest. There's not that many healers that are gonna not heal. And that's my main fear for the strike healers already get a shit hand because no matter who's messing up the healing, like worst case scenario, you can just do it as 3 DPS and a tank. It's Katese's last boss. If healer KO'd, but it's a dungeon, you will clear. Imagine complaining about a dungeon must be so free, nothing else to do. In my opinion, dungeons have gotten more difficult compared to the previous expansions. It was very hard to read your comment, but I appreciate you. You've been actively commenting. I'm kind of recognizing your name now. If you're a white mage and you're seeing this comment, please, for the love of the 12, stop casting Cure 1 after level 20. Free Cure is worthless. You have better tools, MP free tools. Learn them and use them. I agree. I definitely agree. Healer to fellow healers. I'm glad tanks have more survivability. I love dungeons where I can just DPS. I love that my teammates are inherently more reliable and self-sufficient. Sometimes I just want to finish content fast and efficiently because I'm farming. For every fresh 90 tank getting carried by their job, there's another instance where I get the super cracked speedrun party. There's content out there if you want to be challenged as a healer. Dungeons aren't it. Go raid, go play PvP. You want a tank that struggles, go find a blue mage. Yeah, I agree with this. I kind of agree with this. Warrior has been soloing dungeons since Shadowbringers, well, even earlier than that. Sounds like OP is out of touch with tank meta. Yeah. I think a few issues with healers from somebody who plays the 3 besides Sage. Really? Besides Sage? I don't see a point in ever using Bell, for example, in mandatory for story content. Oh, that's true. Fucking Bell is, like, so fucking selective where you can use it. It's such a niche ability. Anything that a Bell can just be solved by Medica too. That's true. Sometimes you just need a burst of healing. And you're on the move, so you can kind of place the Bell as an OBGCD while moving, and you just can kind of immediately proc it on the next OBGCD. Just for the healing, I guess. That would be like the one situation in a dungeon, maybe. Content being less threatening from some tank skits, not that it is a problem. It causes a weird issue where people don't want to do extremes because it's a large jump, apparently, but I have never seen it. I don't have an issue with dungeons being easy, but with Trust, I don't see a reason why dungeons can be harder on average and Trust just having a slightly easier version. I kind of agree. Not Trust, I don't care about Trust. I use it for leveling and watching anime, but yeah, dungeons could be a bit more fun, a bit more difficult. Cure 1 is all I'm going to use now, Loki. I am kicking you out of the stat. I will shoot you in the head. I will leg sweep you, man. Finally, someone said it. People in this game really like to complain about everything. Like, yeah, some of it is valid, but come on, guys. Not everything is going to be perfect and give the content a chance first. Yeah, the dungeon thing is weird. I think this person is talking about me having hopium for better instance design. Like, we've been doing this since ARR with full summoner groups. This is nothing new. Then I'm looking at Warrior. It's like, yeah, they look cool and sustain themselves. Man, my mouth is just watering right now. I can hear myself just like how wet my mouth is right now. Hold on, I need to hydrate. Holy shit. So much talking. How long? I think I've been talking nonstop for like over 3 hours. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is the last time I do it for multiple videos. Oh, wilding. Alright, from the start. Finally, someone said it. People in this game really like to complain about everything. Like, yeah, some of it is valid, but come on, guys. Not everything is going to be perfect, and give the content a chance first. Yeah, the dungeon thing is weird. Like, we've doing this since ARR with full summoner groups. This is nothing new. Then I'm looking at Warrior. Yeah, it's like, yeah, they look cool and sustain themselves well in a dungeon, but when it comes to a raid, like their heals really isn't that good, and as far as Endwalker is concerned, DPS wasn't that great either. Yeah, I'm personally excited for Astro this coming expansion. I want to see what all things people can come up with the new card system going Astro main. Ooh. To me, just the complaining as of late has been getting me down so bad, I've been considering quitting the game. I'm just glad I'm not the only one tired of it. You just got a sub, boss. I appreciate you. You know what? I appreciate you. You're a cool dude. Tell LDR, let's try the expansion first before complaining. You know what? I appreciate that. I appreciate you. Sage is 83% identical to why so specific? Holy shit. You're a healer main? Wow, so this is the mind of someone who can get past level 50 content. I hope that one day you can beat Praetorium. And yes, playing a DPS instead is the plan. What the fuck is this called? Hold on. 83% identical to Scholar. What? Shields? Regen? I can tell you it's not 83% identical. Sir, you need to look back at the kit. Even Caracoli and Soil are fucking different. Read up, my man. Just because tanks are eating good doesn't mean healers have to eat shit. I agree. See, this is what I mean. Why can they both eat good? See, this is what I essentially was talking about. Don't take the toys away from the tanks. Give us some good toys. We should be eating good too. Like, how does it even make sense that Warrior can give the entire party a shield that deals damage back to attackers? What the Hold on. Like, how does it make sense that Warrior can give the entire party a shield that deals damage back to attackers? No, it doesn't. It does regen. Vengeance does damage back to attackers. That's a personal defensive on Warrior. Isn't that giving tank food off of healer's plate? Wait, hold on. What the fuck is he talking about? Am I missing something here? Hold on. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. What the Am I bugging? What is this person talking about? Warriors. Right. Check out Warriors. There's the main skills. Let's see, what's up? Damnation. That is the new defense. Reduces damage taken by 40%. Delivers an attack with potency of 55 every time you suffer physical damage. Physical, mind you. Grants Prime Evil Impulse when the effects... So, yeah, healing over time. Shake It Off still does the same thing, I believe. Dispels Thrill of Battle, Damnation, Blood Wedding. Yep. Increased damage absorbed by 2% for each effect removed. Cool. Gradually restores HP. I'm not seeing what you're talking about. Is it in... Let's see the new ones here. Adds a healing effect to Shake It Off. Nascent Flash, reduces damage taken by 10. Blood Wedding, grants healing over time, increases potency, allows a third charge of Onslaught, Vengeance to Damnation, so that just gives a healing. Adds an additional effect to Ramper that increases HP recovery via healing actions on self 15. Increases potency, grants a stack of Burden and Fury, that's just for the combo, it's not healing or returns damage. Reprisal 15. Grants the effect of Primal Ruination ready after executing Primal... Yeah, exactly. So I'm not bugging. Something's just not clicking here. Like, how does it make sense? And why can red mages res 4 times in a row? Play a healer so you can actually know what you're talking about. My man. Like, I'll give you a second. Like, you had time to think. You believe this is the case. And you mistook the abilities of a warrior. You haven't read the tooltips. Tell you what, I'll leave the comments here if you still stand by this opinion. Check the tooltips. Read the fucking tooltips. You're old enough to leave comments on YouTube videos. Read the tooltips. You can either edit these comments or leave a new one under this video. But Jesus Christ, man, why am I doing the Google search for you? I'm surprised she was invited to the media tour after that video. We're all surprised, but it is what it is. I'm guessing those invites come way before that video comes out. I do feel self-sustain should be tuned to save your ass when playing solo content, or content that typically allows more freedom between classes, can participate in the party, like deep dungeons. But in dungeons, I really feel they need to make it so healer is legit doing something. Maybe adjust some of their heals in a way where it's target sensitive, where it does damage. If it targets an enemy and heals it, if it targets an ally or something, it can create a rotation of sorts out of that. Maybe rotation would be focused on smaller but more consistent heals while dealing with resource management and have some OGCD for oh shit moments. This is essentially just the usual... Stop it! This is essentially the same rotation. We're speaking specifically about cooldowns, but I feel like just the design of dungeons needs to just kind of adjust and just specifically force healers to do some kind of rotation. Sorry, not rotation. Specifically, do some kind of some sort of mechanic specifically in dungeons, or well, all content. To be fair, yes, 75 Vercure, 75 Clemency. If they're engaging gameplay, healers are not needed. Just replace them with 70 casts of Vercure. Yeah, the comparison is weird. But again, like we can compare these fucking fights all you want, but again, you're comparing a fucking dungeon to a 20-minute ultimate fight. Uh, it's not their engaging combat. I kind of agree, but it is what it is. Okay, so like I'm confused here. So the idea is that the healers are now obsolete or whatever, and high-end raiders are about to boot all of us out of groups and just run like 4 red mage parties to replace us or whatever. So now how we're fighting back is not playing or healing, trying to get them to run content without healers until every dungeon has like 5 raid whites, 3 tank busters, and a doom mechanic, so we can maximize buttons pushed or something. This isn't sarcasm or condescension. I genuinely don't get this. Yeah, don't worry, we're all a bit confused on this point. I don't disagree. I'd like a slightly more in-depth DPS rotation and have content be just a little harder. I don't need every dungeon to be a casual filter or whatever stupid term people on the forums or subreddit are saying. Just a little more challenge would be nice, but this is all because like a streamer beat a dungeon solo, so we're about to be deleted or whatever. I don't get it. Bless this person, honestly, bless them. They're confused as well. Listening to this while gathering was pretty chill, man. Cole is a bit tricky to listen to, not gonna lie, lol. I appreciate you, man. Haven't been helping a friend spam dungeons through Heaven's Sword and Endwalkers for levels. I have to say, some of the worst dungeon experiences come from those instances when you need a healer. Being unable to finish or progress through the content because the healer just doesn't do their job is the worst. Bosses like the Kitana Ravel, bad boss. Oh, the fucking boss that does like raid wides and smashes pillars. Yeah, I remember. Oh, it's a bad. Or the Armadillo boss from Malika's Whale, where you need the healer to press their buttons to survive. Felt like a nightmare to go through. Yeah. That could be more fun. One additional... Oh, you got a double comment. Okay. I urge you to please look at the Amazing Healers issue summary thread on Final Fantasy XIV by Reckon. I did, didn't I? Yeah, I swear it looked at the summary thread in the initial video. It's detailed, well-researched, and spoken as they're reasonable. We're not asking for the moon and stars. We're asking to be treated like human beings worth listening to. I am. That's why I'm still covering this subject. The healing community has been ignored for 3 expansions. Imagine if Paladin has had only Fast Blade and animation upgrades for 100 levels. We're getting animation upgrades for Tolman. Our rotation barely changed. We're just getting an extra 1 GCD and some animation changes. Paladins are not eating good. Well, all you do is apply Goring Blade every 30 seconds. Well, now it's going to be 1 minute because you have to do it under rec. I want you to sincerely tell me that that's good and engaging gameplay. The fight in this game are very scripted, so once healing is mapped out, there is nothing else to do, but I agree with this. I literally have been repeating this like multiple times. Like, Prague is going to be the most fun for healers. After that, it's the most boring job ever. We don't want full-on DPS level kids. Tanks mitigate, and when they are doing optimizing that, they have something else to optimize. We just want the barest of minimum care for healers. Just go play Ultimate is a cop-out answer. Did I say go play Ultimate? I'm like, people are mentioning Ultimates in the comments, and I'm actually concerned. Did I actually say something like that? I don't think I have. Or is that specifically towards Cole because he's comparing Ultimates to dungeons? I'm very confused about some of these comments. Help was never clear without healers when current. Okay, so it is towards Cole. A good amount of Panda Savage fights were done without healers. All of this has proof on Rakon's post. Healers are causing trouble is simply not true. If you care so much about us causing trouble, then queue up for healer yourself and solve it. Wait, you don't, because you know that healer is boring and unfulfilling. It would be one thing if healing... I'm very confused. Is he talking to me or Cole? I'm kind of losing it here. Hey, Namria. Hope you're well. Welcome back. In the game was rewarding and challenging, but it simply isn't. Imagine trying to sell the healer role to someone and telling them you only really use your full kit in Savage and Ultimate. I mean, you do. I'm not trying to sell it on you, but it is a fact that you essentially use your full kit in those instances. That's only 10% of the content. You are paying a full sub for only 10% of the content. To be fair, some people pay a full sub and do less than that. Some people just stay AFK. Some people just roleplay. Some people don't even level. They just hang out in clubs. How on earth is that acceptable? Tanks and DPS can enjoy, at the very least, their damage kits for the entire experience. All we do is doses and broil spam. Okay, we're starting on a very weird leg here, but I don't disagree with you. I feel like this is something I've repeated like multiple times now. I've been good. Yourself? I'm good. My throat is hurting just because I'm reading all the comments for the past 3 days on like 4 videos. One additional comment. If the healing roll is only engaging when people are messing up, it shows a fundamental flaw to the healing roll. Thanks can... I mean, it's that the fundamental law is specifically to make sure the green bar is full. The fundamental flaw would be in the instance design then, not the healing roll. Tanks can enjoy good and bad runs. DPS can enjoy good and bad runs. Why is it that the healers must suffer when the team is coordinated and doing well? That is true. We should not be punished for the team doing well. That's actually a good point. Isn't there something fundamentally broken about that? Yeah. So we need the instances to make it fun for us. Something to not just carry us our responsibility towards just the team, but also carry responsibility in the fight. Some healer-specific mechanics besides fucking healer stacks. You know what I mean? I want you to try running trust runs on a DPS and use only one of your GCDs. I do that already when I level because I watch anime on the other screen. This is not to downplay your comment, by the way. I genuinely do that. For 1 week. If you still truly sincerely believe that this is engaging gameplay, then fine. But Summoner got hit with the healer gameplay. Oh, we don't talk about Summoner. Summoner is a whole fucking can of worms in itself. Experience, and most of them are livid and furious then that they have gotten nothing. To be fair, and let's be honest, people have complained about Summoner being the easier caster, but so many people are playing Summoner right now. I wish I was streaming yesterday. We did mount farms. Mind you, this is extreme, obviously not the ideal example, but we had 3 summoners in the group. We didn't lock off, like, 1 player per job. So we had 3 summoners joined. It was actually very fucking weird. People can play summoner. And, like, some people do complain, and specifically, like, the summoner enthusiasts, but summoner became so much approachable. So I do kind of appreciate the summoner changes. They were told, just wait, they will expand summoner. Well, they have 2 more years of healer gameplay. I don't know, I feel like there's, like, a lot more grief behind these comments. Like personal experience, and I would love to hear the context here. Like, some of these points, I'm not sure if you're talking to me or Coil, but like some of these points, I have been repeating them in multiple videos now. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but some of the points just kind of confuse me, like the direction of them. I do appreciate your comment though. Oh my god, fucking, I'm not dealing with the... Be civil in my fucking comment section. You sure he's not referring to the World of Warcraft mechanics or job classes? I don't know. I don't fucking know anymore. These long videos are perfect for feed farming, so thanks for that. Yeah, you're welcome. Can't wait for you to use this fucking 4-hour video for that. I'm not dividing this into parts. You can have 1 video. Holy shit, I'm not chasing clouds, so you can just have 1 video. Have fun. Could just use NPCs if you're a healer. It'll affect run and queue times for DPS if enough people did it. I mean, if enough people did it, anything can happen, but... The Nemesis strikes... Why the Nemesis? What the fuck? This video from Cole sounds a lot like Lynx Camelia's video. Same guy theory. This is not the first comment that says Cole kind of starting to sound like Lynx Camelia. Holy shit. Oh, I've been enjoying the commentary on this. To be honest, I agree with the take of please give harder dungeons optionally. Yeah, I did so as well, but the more I think about it, it's not about the difficulty of the dungeons. It's about just adding specific, more fun mechanics to the dungeons. Am I here? Yes. 4-hour more, like 5-hour video. I've been live for 4.5 videos. I think we watched some videos in the first half an hour. So yeah, I think I've been reading this for 4 hours. Holy shit. I hope, if my viewers ever fucking say I don't do anything for them, I will fucking screech. Oh no, we had llamas with hats as an intro. Exactly. A lot of Cole's videos sound like Lynx's video, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe he takes notes from Lynx at this point. Thank you, Mr. Loki. I understand you will not join the strike, and I respect that. That's a nice comment. I like it. But I do appreciate you for taking time to look at the points that people have put out, and thank you for pointing out that Cole was making an argument, but not regarding the people's complaints. I am on your side, but don't always think that I'm doing things specifically for you. I'm a very visual, like my coherency relies on visuality a lot. So even like in the Black Mage video, and same in here, it's like I would just have the post on my other screen just so I can comprehend what people are talking about, what people want. This is why I like talking to people, because I can get like more feedback, more brainstorming. But yeah, obviously you're welcome. But again, I support your little cause, but it's been tiring. I won't lie. The strike hasn't even started yet, but it's just been so exhausting. Though to be fair, I might be saying this because I've been reading comments for the past 4 hours. As for the dungeons, I like them, and on same days I log in just to dungeon crawl. The MSQ dungeon, do you dungeon crawl? What does that mean? I would like more context there. The MSQ dungeons as well as side dungeons are very fun to do dungeon crawling. It is what I like in the game and my main source of enjoyment. Oh, okay, we got a dungeon enjoyer. I just wish the healers would get a more interactive tool. I agree. Or at least like more interactive mechanics in the fights themselves, so your tools are actually utilized. If I could design one healer, it would be like this, giving a healing rotation on par with a DPS rotation in terms of depth. Press one heal button, which will make another light up. That could be stronger heal with an attack added with the combo add. A strong heal with either a buff, debuff. The only problem here, like, this is not a bad concept per se, but essentially this introduces a lot of overhealing, forced healing, just to maintain a combo, because the rule of raiding is always be casting. If you're gonna have to rotate a healing combo, you kind of always have to keep healing someone. Or if there's nothing happening, you transition to your DPS, does that interrupt the rotation, or it's like adding a rotation just to healing. It can be a lot of complications design wise. Like it can be good for, let's say, a tier, but like for future designs or past instances, let's say for example ultimates, it can cause a lot of trouble. It would also be a big pain to balance out. Making the kit more engaging while adding some decision making could lead to interesting gameplay. That's called having a DPS rotation. All while doing a lot of healing and sprinkling some nice effects into it. Again, overhealing and mana management also comes into question here as well. But I appreciate I respect that kind of vision. Whatever the devs decide to do with the healing role, I hope they look to make it more engaging and fun at all levels of content, just like tank and DPS. Yeah. I did a run of Grand... Hold on. What are we talking about here?
EOS can...
No. We're going back to the point where you don't always... You should not be trusting your co-heal to do most of the heavy lifting. Or chatting, as you said. Like, you should not go into a dungeon with expectations that a healer might carry you through a dungeon. Actually, what the fuck are we talking about? Is he actually finding red mages that need to cast very... Oh, it's the red mage conversation. Okay, I did a run of Grand Combos a while back. I wasn't red mage. Tank does the wall-to-wall, but didn't make sure they grabbed everything. Healer was to focus on keeping the tank alive and wasn't healing themselves while a couple of adds attacked them. So just as we're doing, I cast Recure on them with my dual cast proc just to help them keep alive a little longer, and they did get themselves back to a decent health. Good. So this is what I mean. Like, people should use their tools. If you got some tools, you got some fun toys, fucking use them. If the next hits would have connected, they would have died. However, the tank stopped mid-pull and types in chat, did the red mage just use Vercure on the healer? Healer responds, yep. While I continued to DPS the enemies till the pull was done. They started to telling me that I need to focus on my... what the fuck? On doing my job DPSing. I told the tank that instead of stopping mid-pull to complain about me saying that he should do his job and pull all the mobs so I wouldn't be forced to save them. The only thing I took away from this is that apparently it's toxic to press buttons I've been given because it's not optimal even in the brain dead dungeons content that they were filling out with their optimization. This is not a, like... This is just people being shit in dungeons. That's it. This will happen. It's like, you're a good sport for doing that. You save the pull, honestly. The fact that you're using your tools is good. Everyone should be using and utilizing the tools available to them. But if some people is gonna give you shit for using the buttons you have, ignore them. Fuck them. Who cares? You're gonna finish the dungeon and you will never see them again. Who cares? Fuck them. Clean your room. Oh, yeah, the fucking old video. Yeah, that's the whole problem I have with this dumb rant. Everyone's flying off the handles over an unbalanced instance of an over-leveled, over-geared sync party going into expansions for his dungeons, and the 4 people in question are Wolfers Raiders. That's actually a very good point. They're level 100 and they went into level 92 dungeon. Though to be fair, they were level synced. Actually, no, that's not a good point. I take it back. Don't scream. Really not indicative of the greater community by a long shot. I guarantee you some random jackass is going to try to do this when Dawn Trail first comes out and get his shit pushed in, but it turns out that what Xeno did was completely not the norm of what to expect. It's not hard to, like, 1 tank and 4 and 3 DPS a dungeon. But yeah, you will see, this is definitely true. This is basically Murphy's Law. If it can happen, it will. Someone will get their shit kicked in. Being a Destiny 2 player for years, hearing her upset about Endwalker made me chuckle. Okay. I get that Endwalker was not too... Like, Chad, I respect Destiny 2 players. Some people are very passionate about that game, but I've never heard anyone speak well of the game. That's why it made me laugh. I get that Endwalker was not too great in the post-game content scene, but go and look at Lightfall and you'll quickly realize it could have been way worse, okay? Obviously, it's fine to have opinions on the game, but you can't just do a complete 180 and suddenly declare the stuff you disliked was good. It makes you look like a grifter hypocrite. So many people are calling Zepla grifter. Holy shit. There's a reason why I don't say I loved Lightfall, and it's because Lightfall sucked in every way. Even the raid was disappointment, and became infamous for how short and easy it was. They butchered my boy Nezarek. I'm sorry. I'm the same with Endwalker. It had ups and downs, but there wasn't much to replay in post-game Endwalker. It's why I'm thankful for Dawn Trail. I also hope we get more new dungeon armor. My biggest gripe in Endwalker was only 4 new dungeon sets, to my knowledge. You're not wrong. Some of the dungeons were basically just reusing some items, just recoloring them. I'm on board with that. Yeah, I agree. Scholar can literally do without Seraph, Protraction, Fey Blessing, and Fey... What the fuck? Sorry, what? Without Seraph. Protraction, okay. I see that. Fey Blessing, okay, sure. Fey Union, though, nah. Fey Union, though, nah. White Mage should lean fully into GCDs and play like Black Mage, with Earth being damage, Water being MP restoration, and what? Okay. And Wind being their dot since they're supposed to mirror each other. Of course, it's gonna be Black Mage Light since they're gonna be focused on the party. Add Mitigation Shield, it's already way too many fucking buttons. Astra should be pruned of its healing bloat and be given their old cards back, while rebalancing balance to simply be direct hit, while Pyre reduces MP cost, time dilation, and Royal Road should come back as well. What do you mean old cards? Are we talking Heavensward or like old cards in Stormblood? Because this is like very difficult to understand. Ow. Stop it. Sage should be the gunbreaker of healers. What? Huh? Calling it the DPS healer only stiffens job creativity because now only Sage gets something to do during downtime. It also needs to be its own thing and not copy-paste collar. It's not copy-paste collar. Read the tooltips. This is precisely why people... Ah! Stop it. Knock that shit off. Also, music stopped again. Holy shit, we've been here for so long. Are you gonna play? There you go. This is precisely why people complain about job harmonization on top of the gameplay loop just being 2-1-1-1-1. I don't necessarily agree with this take. I do respect it. It is a valid opinion. I just don't agree with like almost everything here. I just don't know what these spells do. I don't know which cards, all cards you want back, but I kind of don't agree with most of this. To all the people complaining about healing right now. Wait until Savage, a dungeon that still has to be balanced around your level 90 kit. Since you can queue up at 90%, you're still reading comments. It's been 5 hours. It actually has been almost 5 hours, but yes, I'm still reading comments. To all the people complaining about healing right now, wait until Savage, a dungeon that still has to be balanced around your level 90 kit, since you have Q in at 91, is not a good indicator of how healing will be in Dawntrail at all. And let's be honest, casual dungeons should not automatically become a nightmare if you queue in with subpar healer. Looking into all new healing and mid tools everyone's getting, they can easily get away with making Savage hit harder in Dawntrail to the point GCD healing will be required. And I think all the bleeds and abysses and and the other fucking one, as well as Harrowing Hell and P10S, was them testing the waters. If Savage does end up being like this, these calls for a strike will look incredibly foolish. I do agree. I agree. Seems like people are still needing a crisis pad to... Wait, what? A crisis to pad their time with drama until Dungeon Trials. Maybe. Maybe. To be fair, this would make a lot of sense, because like I can see that a lot of people, a lot of healers don't actually have their heart in the conversation. They're kind of just there to kind of cry about it, but some people do have concerns on this topic. Xeno's Media Tour Party is an awful example, as mentioned in the Locust videos. You have a #1 warrior rank, several world first race raiders, and top DPS in the group. Of course, they're going to clear a basic dungeon without a healer because of their skill sets. To be fair, I feel like they could have cleared it without a tank even. Unless you're in the top 1% of the raiders that can pull off a no-heal top in a single healer ultimate, you're going to need healers for the fuck-ups. It's inevitable. Healing is fun for prog. It's possibly a mind-numbing for repeated clears, but that goes for the same for tanks and DPS doing the exact same rotation once you figured it out. Yoshi P said they're increasing the difficulty, which is probably why you see buffs on tank mids. I'm hoping to expect some hard hits and bleeds again, like what we saw in Endwalker. I agree, I also want to see some more bleeds. I want fucking DPS to start using Bloodbath. Again, if healing is only engaging when people are messing out, that's poor content design. You're not wrong, I agree. And poor design and role design. Wait, what the? And poor job design / role design. Tanks and DPS get to enjoy the game and arguable their enjoyment as at the best when the party is coordinated and on point. All that's left for healers when things are going well is doses spamming. We deserve better than that, even if you... This is essentially the same comment, and and the summoner is being brought up as well. I don't mean to be rude to your comment, but this is essentially the same comment I've read like at least 100 times at this point, so... You're not wrong, but I'm skipping this. So going to every dungeon as Dark Knight. Got it. Yeah, let's go. What the fuck is Bloodbath? I'm a physical rage. Second wind then. Second wind, bozo. I'm a rolling healer in this next expansion just to spite them. Holy shit. When I started playing this game, all I ever heard was healers got to DPS and would get upset about having to heal. What the fuck? That's weird. That is weird. I'm glad I gave your channel the view instead of hers. I've not been able to stand her since she got her gift package from Square Enix before Endwalker came out. What was the gift package? Man, I want a gift package. I feel like Sinistry should either have a 60-second cooldown or should work with all your healing spells with the same cooldown. Also, maybe if they reduce the cooldown, they could buff it to give you a little MP every time your partner uses a GCD attack. Honestly, with the new changes to Astro, I feel like Sinistry should be the MP restoration. You cast it, and for every cast you restore a bit of mana back. Now that could be also kind of good. Or other than that, I'm excited to play new Astro, especially since I won't have to use Draw and Minor Arcanum separately to get my buffs and the Lord Lady. I couldn't agree. I'm also very excited for... Oh, this is from the Astro video. I'm also excited for the new Astro. It seems a lot more approachable too. Holy fucking shit, dude! I fucking can't. I fucking can't. Oh. This is gonna be a bit of a long post. Okay, my god. Oh my fucking Christ. But I will eventually get to what my thoughts are on how to fix this towards the end. To start though, healing in games has always generally been a problem. For healing to work, you must have enough damage for the healing to feel required. That's true. That's why healing parses are the easiest fucking thing around, while not being so much that it overwhelms the healing completely. For example, in a TTRPG, if everyone in your group has a max of HP of 74, and you all get hit for 50 damage, suddenly a maximum of 12 HP heal feels very worthless to use. But in the same case, if that same group takes 9 damage spread out throughout the fight, it'd feel pointless to ever cast that heal. Also true. In 14's case, when designing fights where design is meant to be impactful, it is often that they will hit you with 2 or more instances of damage. One to remove most of your HP, with the follow-up being the heal check, to ensure you have actually done the healing, like the Barbarisia double raid wides. There are also some instances where you have to apply buffs, debuffs to reduce damage output to ensure that the damage doesn't go above the HP's bar's maximum. Also true, overhealing is bad. The problem with these is that every class must answer to both of these types of healing. This is why healing in tank commoditization has happened. A class doesn't have a similar tool as another, is out-competent in that regard, and is left to be unplayable. To increase playability, that class is then given that tool, for which it then itself either beats out the competition and lays that the other class to be unplayed, or is still not good enough to be picked up. You can see this with TBN. Tank dashes, 10% mitigation tools, and healers. Even the 2-minute burst meta has evolved from this point. I don't agree with this, but I kind of see your point. To further exacerbate this, man, this is like the third comment that used that word. It's so... English is not my first language. Be patient with me, okay? Not all fights are made equal. You don't want a story fight to be as equally difficult for healers as an ultimate is. Yet because the kit must be designed for ultimate, it'll feel terrible for the light fight. Sorry, for the story fight. I think my brain is fried, actually. I hope I'm done soon. As some suggested, you could move to World of Warcraft's healing style, but I don't personally believe that's a fun way to engage people, and you still run into issue of certain healers being better at spot healing than others. And random spot damage is something that doesn't often portray very well in 14's visual dialogue and server tick limitations. So then you could argue about removing tools away from tanks and DPS, however, again, you're just shifting the problem around. Removing mitigation tools from tanks is removing a big part of the class fantasy of being bulkier and taking more hits. And if you take them away from DPS, then fights that are required to have them would cause problems. Like right now, if you do P12 SP 2 mid and idle level, you are required to put 2 10% mitigation buffs on almost every single mechanic or you die. Removing those buttons from DPS would then either force you to give healers 21 damage mitigation buffs, which could lead into stupid optimizations, or 21 or 18. Whatever. Or healers having so many extra buttons they already can't fit on. That by the time you've done enough GCD to apply everything the first few are wearing off before the mechanic started. This is the same reason why stuns, sleeps, and Asuna still exist in the game, because fight would need entire reworks without them, and that is a far too much effort to retool fights many people would never even look into again. Okay. So how do we solve this? Without a major game-defining adjustments, the simplest answer I can think of would be to continue the trend of healers getting more and better OGCD heals, while introducing a more complicated damage rotation into the jobs. I don't agree. I would have agreed with you maybe a couple of days ago, but because I've gotten so many perspective now, I don't agree. Sorry. Effectively, much like tanks play right now, where instead of self-mitigation tools, the OGCD would be heals and party mitigations. If you want to keep GCD healing being a thing, then fight must be oriented around healers not being able to do damage, or the damage being a part of those GCD heals. That will also likely lead to even more extreme healer commoditization, since fight would need to lower DPS checks. Yeah. I do agree with that, but I don't agree with the solution that you're coming up with. I do agree that that is the result, though. Realistically, though, no answer is really very good, other than what I personally believe Final Fantasy XIV is doing already and will be pushing further into the future. And that is ignoring healing discussions entirely, because the point should never be about healing. Well, the point is healing, but how to make healing fun and to make you useful outside of just making you GCD heal. It would be about class fantasy and niche. Niche, yeah. Class fantasy is murky. It's hard to tell what the class fantasy actually is. Yes, they all do fundamentally similar things. However, the classes truly do not play the same right now, and I hope they never do. White Mage doesn't have delayed healing spells like Astro, Earthly, Horoscope, Macrocosmos. Scholar is out here providing absolutely ridiculous shield sizes, but it doesn't have the same super reactive mitigation tools that Sage has, who can easily step in and fill any point of the fight with fast shields, 10% mitigation, or even the Speedy Pen high mob for constant damage. Not the differences between Sage and Scholar I would pick up, but yeah, you're not wrong. And these fantasies should be allowed to be explored more, rather than being down in the weeds with the fact that you're never using the third stack of Essential Dignity. Oh right! Astro is getting another fucking Essential Dignity. What a useless fucking... I know it's a strong skill, it can save pulls, but it's just, why? Why do we need... Two was fine. Give us a stack of something else. That's what people enjoy about healing, in my opinion, instead of the actual act of healing itself. I agree and disagree. I see what you mean, and I see that healers essentially play essentially for the sake of being a niche of a healer. You don't need to just be the person who tops up everyone's health. I see your point. I don't necessarily agree with some of the stuff, but I respect it. The thing here is that the kits healers and tanks have that are required to deal with a fight like DSR are going to be absolutely busted in lower content, more so in a regular dungeon. This is not the healer and tank kits being overpowered, but rather the huge gap that exists between casual content and high-end rating. I agree. The solution to this particular issue would be to either strip away kits and streamline healing into GCD healing, while making tanks squishier with less mid and heals, or to increase the difficulty of dungeons so those kits are now required. None of those two helps, because one removes one more interesting part of the job, while the other makes the easy content people rely on onto a more difficult and probably more frustrating experience. Dungeons are easy for a reason, and if you want engaging battle content, you go into higher end. You don't change the easiest difficulty because it's not hard enough for you. I agree. This saying about tanks eating good. Tanks should not be able to replace a healer in any content. To be fair, they're not the only ones replacing. DPS can also kind of replace them now. No job should be able to replace any role. Remember when Summoner could replace the tank role for Ramu? You can have that. I mean, they changed that though. This game is easy. It's been easy for years. This isn't high-end talent doing high-end things. This is high-end talent getting jumped on on what will eventually be the standard. Especially for capping tombstones. Heck, there's nothing saying this won't bleed into trials. I mean, depends on the design. Some trials just simply need healers, otherwise they wipe. Maybe this is a sign of how 8-man raids are, not savage. So extreme and normal, I assuming. With how the game is going, I wouldn't be surprised if the healing role is specifically for prog. At the moment it is. At the moment the healer job is specifically for prog. I agree with that, no. As a Sprout, new to the game, I kinda get it. It seems like there's not quite enough for healers to do in group content, but the damage rotations are boring as heck. I've been healing a Scholar and it's like 1 dot and 1 damage cast at 60, and you're using those two buttons like 80% of the run. I'd say just give more DPS options to at least give healers more to do. See, a lot of these suggestions are essentially there to suggest to give healers more to do. I don't think DPS rotation is the option anymore. I feel like, I mean, we could get some good tools, I won't say no to that, but I feel like the fights should just give us something to do. Give us some healer mechanics. And I'm not sure I really agree with the argument of, well, it's just a dungeon, dungeons are easy, because the same wouldn't really get thrown around about having no tank. Even in easy dungeons, tanks still have a necessity, but you can clear it with 4 DPS. No one's gonna have a go at DPS though. You're gonna grab a red mage, a summoner, and you're gonna be just fine. Tanks are similar to healers, but essentially they're a bit more necessary in dungeons, but like the dungeons still should be a kind of content that's approachable for everyone. Dungeon is something that everyone can do. So it's like we shouldn't care about specifically what's happening in the dungeons. I remember the days of vanilla class, like specifically what's happening that comes from the player side. We should care specifically about what the dungeon specifically offers in terms of content. I remember the days of vanilla classic World of Warcraft, and even the easy dungeon still had a healer sweating. Yeah, classic WoW is a different beast. Classic WoW is a way different beast. If your team messed up and were geared amazing, in Final Fantasy XIV you can basically have the tank barely clothed, and the DPS just running off doing their own thing, and still barely have anything for healer. Not saying that makes Final Fantasy XIV worse, it's my favorite MMORPG, I just get where healers' mains are coming from. Okay. I don't know what game folks are playing where they can survive without healers, but I didn't get the version of Final Fantasy XIV, I'm sure. Jokes aside, this is a big reaction to what essentially is Hind Raiders using their split-second reaction and rotation skills to schmooze through normal content, which does rarely happen in normal content, but that's the thing, it's rare. Everyone else does deserve collateral damage to this temper tantrum, and throwing one isn't going to make people respect or fear them. Only mock them when they complain again. See, this is what I mean, like the way the healer strike is going about, I don't like it, but I see their point. We all got beefed up with lower cooldowns and heal buffs, and healers got new DPS skills because Dawntrail is going to hit us hard. So we earned that 100th level, and I hope people have the good sense realize everyone works together. Good comment, I like that one. Been thinking about this more and more, and some ideas came to mind. If a dungeon you don't need a healer, it might be as well be variant style, where you can either use trust or variant dungeons. Roll doesn't matter. What? Hold on, I'm very confused. I think my brain is actually getting fried. But the thing I recently thought of, if you are in a hard raid and your healers die, you might as well reset. Yeah. But if people can self-heal more, you can either last longer in that fight to see mechanics, or maybe be able to still beat a fight. Sorry, my brain is fried. Or still be able to beat a fight with 2 healers down. Honestly, I don't like to raid as healer, because if I do mess up, it ruins it for everyone, and that stress isn't fun. The main issue is how the devs make weird choices for healers. Free cure still exists in Dawntrail somehow, and that's a war crime. I agree on the free cure. And all those like single target healing procs. With dungeons being obstacles we need to get through to continue with the MSQ, they need to be clearable by the most unskilled brain dead of players. Nothing wrong with being one of these, by the way. Not everyone plays the game to be cracked Giga Chat Raider, nor they should be forced to be. I agree. The same goes with the normal trials and normal raids to an extent. Imagine having an hour or two a week to play because of IRL commitments, but then cannot actually progress because hard stuck on dungeon. Well, I guess / quit and play a different game. That would suck, not only for that player, but for the health of the game itself. Now, if you want harder content to heal, that's what Extreme Trials Ultimates are for. Can some of these fights be done with less than normal required amount of healers? Well, sure, but these groups are still the extreme minority of players. To me, sounds like OP needs to stop just running dungeons over and over, take steps into doing more harder content. I agree. I still think we need more mid-card content, but I agree with this. To be honest, healers need more damage stuff. Spamming just one button and dot when I don't need to heal is just not fun. Just to clarify, we need more engaging non-healing. Many folks are interpreting as if you want DPS, play DPS, blah blah blah. I guess yes and no. Again, if this was a couple of days ago, I would probably agree that we need some more damage stuff to optimize, but the more I think about it, I just want more engaging healing mechanics in fights themselves. You don't need to rework every healer right now. Just make it fun to be a healer. Make it exciting. Healers going on strike thinking anyone will care. Maybe people clear top with no healer. We don't even need healers, so who cares? I am a tank main. When the healer DCs, nothing changes. I keep wall-to-wall pulling and it's fine. To all these healers gonna strike, you will not be missed. Be nice, be kind. Don't be so mean. Healers, we need to heal too much, so it's hard to go and strike. Healers, we don't have to enough to heal, we go and strike. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Healers would love to heal if there was content. Yeah, okay, it's just an argument. I guess it's my call to adventure to be a healer scab and cross the strike line. Seraphism looks cool. I'm actually looking forward to playing Scholar as someone who normally plays more tank and DPS jobs. I agree, Seraphism actually looks giga cool. I feel, yeah, healer is boring casual content, but in more harder content, extreme and above, it's different and more fun. Yep, that's cool. They need to give healers meaningful DPS rotation. In non-MMO Final Fantasy, healers tend to also have strong offense or powerful support abilities. Okay. Glam spam is not meaningful. Give healers group-wide DPS and DPS damage, and this problem fixes itself. I kind of agree with this. I would love more examples if someone has to like specifically offer like the group-wide DPS buffs. Specifically in a way that it doesn't mess up, you know, the 2-minute meta or mess up people's cooldowns. I think that was like one of the reasons people didn't like the increased skill speed or / spell speed cards from Astro back in Stormblood. Left Warrior. Motherfucker. I play Gunbreaker currently in Endwalker, and once I got Heart of Corundum, I never needed a healer during dungeon bosses. Hell, a few times the healer died, and I was able to play healer for the party. As the tank, I may like the feeling of being the unkillable tank. But when I'm able to just fully steal the healer's job in casual content, something is wrong. I think the tanks being unkillable is fine, but if there's other healing for healers to do for the DPS, or just more fun mechanics in dungeons. It's not Cole or Zeppelin Disease Party. I mean, am I wrong though? Do we believe that they would have done that run so smooth and like on the first try if they had Zeppelin or Cole in the party? Maybe. Let's be honest, maybe. But it's less likely than the group of high-end raiders that they had. Add healer combos so that the second or third cast applies a damage taken debuff on the mob. Huh? Healer DPS will generally be even more wanted, and the healer feels more useful. And as people said, add a OGCD spell they can use to DPS when they might not even have to use their OGCD heals, and make them shared with the heals? Maybe. First part, I don't know how that would fucking work, honestly. I genuinely do not. Second part, maybe. I personally make sure everything from Sestasha and up does more damage so healers can actually heal. I don't pick this role to be green DPS with a few oopsie buttons. If that makes bosses take too long, then reduce their HP a bit to compensate. Maybe for earlier dungeons. Not all of them, not all like Sestasha and up, but like maybe like Heaven's Sword and Stormblood dungeons. The ones after, I don't think they need that kind of buffing. But healers not to be... Sorry. But healers not to be underestimated. I have all with an all heal party did an XMM White Mage. What's the MM? I don't know which one is that. Glares a lot of them go burr. We needed no tanks or DPS to clear it. That's a sentence. Warrior is disgusting, but I'm still going to heal sub main heal. Mine's you asked. I like the overhaul. Pick them answer main. I respect your comment. I appreciate you. Honestly, basing... God, am I dyslexic? What the fuck? No, the more I read these fucking comments, the more dyslexic I think I'm getting. Honestly, basing healers on like level 90 dungeon in like level 100 gear, stupidest rant I've ever heard. That's also true. I would like to establish that people who think this game is easy also have a monitor that's more than 15 inches. And a graphic card, and maybe even a gaming keyboard. You are the minority. What the fuck is this argument? Hold on. You are the minority. Most players are in integrated graphics or cheap laptops that somehow still run Final Fantasy XIV, and if they're lucky, they are playing on PS4 with the TV. Streamers should not be complaining that the game is easy. YouTubers should check their privilege, literally when talking about difficulty. Difficulty is more than mechanic. What the fuck does this have to do with anything? Chat, if you have a TV, you're a scrub. Get good. What is... What the... Hold on. Soy boy thoughts. Fucking great comment. Hold on. No, I'm done. No, I'm not reading this. I'm not keen on all the healers becoming more or less the same. I know that makes balancing harder and will lead to one healer class be the best one. But so what? Is that even really a problem? It's not really, not in 14. There will always be the best healers, but luckily the balancing team is most of the time very competent. So the the balancing between healers is fairly like good. You will always see like a variety of them during the World Force race rather than running a meta. Have to say, healing in Final Fantasy XIV is absolutely boring 99% of the time. I'm coming from World of Warcraft and the healer gameplay there is peak. Very fun rotations, each healer has an identity and something they are best at and multiple ways to play them. So I am rarely playing healer as a result, despite it's usually what I have fun with the most. Understandable, I respect that. Streamer. Streamer does dungeon with no healers to show how brain dead the content is. Random healer. I took that personally. Holy shit. These motherfuckers are funny. Healer design isn't inherently the issue. Their tools are more than enough as is. The problem lies in fight design. There you go. So far, the majority have been saying essentially the fix is in the fight design. And people who have suggested the DPS rotation are also hinting, well, most of them are hinting at specifically something for healers to do. So I feel like the fix is actually kind of toning in down to specifically coming down to fight design and content design. Most fights have too much downtime across the board, and it's been a recurring issue for a while, even in Savage. Make the healers sweat now and then, maybe it'll filter out the turbo casual who started the whole thing to begin with. Hey, what? The problem lies with this fight. Most fights have too much downtime. Make the healers sweat now and then, maybe. Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Quab. Quab. Okay. Quab. Cat. Quab. Healer strike, but every roulette is on tank waiting. He's got a point. He's got a point. I do think people are overreacting on this. They compared a dungeon run by World First Raiders with an earlier build where they are comfortable with the jobs on an extremely high level. When Duntrail is released, the very first dungeon will hit a lot harder than the last one in Endwalker. And most players won't have 665 gear at the ready. That's true. They'll have it higher. 665 gear is what we're gonna get in the level 95, like in 91. The people at Mediator were given gear specifically for the Mediator, which was graded at item level 690. Okay, so that's roughly like 100, barely reaching level 100 gear, kinda. Unless it could be also artifact level 89 gear as well, now that I think about it, about level. This is most likely the item level of the art. Oh, fucking. I need to start fucking reading some of these things to the end. Well, 99 is when they're gonna get this gear, because that's when we could purchase it. Of course, it will be easier to run. Yes, the points they make are valid to a degree, but it will not be as bad as they are currently portraying. They will be healing to their heart's content, especially at the start of the expansion. This was the same during the launch of previous expansions. Heal more at the start and then look for places to greed more for DPS. Challenge yourself. I'm currently what they will be doing with the battle content. Wait, what the fuck? I'm curious what they will be doing with the battle content design across the board, not just the dungeon. Very good point. I mean, can you expect anything less from a community who had drama over some baby The fucking baby chair has been mentioned thrice now. Thrice! Remember the bleed hell that was Abyssus? That's going to be the easy times. God, I hope we get more bleed mechanics. I can only hope we get more bleed mechanics. People can base things off of high-end raiders and world first prog people. I guarantee you will still be spamming Cure 2 and Tetra, etc. on your normal Party Finder tank. True. I usually main tanks and healers in MMOs, but Final Fantasy XIV is the first one I had to play DPS almost exclusively. Unless it's a raid with new players, healing is just a huge snorefest. Yeah, it does get boring once you get the fight down. Once you get the fight down, it is very boring. What if they just gave us back cleric stance? You shut the fuck up. No. Sit the fuck down. No. Have some water. Hydrate yourself, you bitch. No. Our heals are poop, but DPS good, and we balance the tense of death between heals and death. No, you sit the fuck down. No. This is the... Oh my god, this is Hust, another issue caused by raid-wide damage buffs, dictating how jobs are designed. Support now only means damage buffs, the mitigation or healing basically. Raid buffs cause all jobs to have the same timing since they need to line up, but they need to have some kind of difference even superficially between jobs. When the job buff window has restricted things to the point sustained DPS, I can't even exist outside of Black Mage. Why is this one fucking sentence? No, this. It's still hard to fucking read. Why are these people allergic to punctuation? Holy shit, my brain is hurting. So we have selfish DPS and the others get support, which just ends up being damage buffs or healing mid, and now we're at the point where so many non-healing jobs have so many defensive options, even in casual groups. You barely even need to use most of your kit as a healer in the majority of content. There is a lot of content where the healer can AFK, and the tanks and DPS can clear the entire fight dungeon by themselves, and it really shouldn't be like that. Sure. The game should never be at the point where the entire role is not necessarily in most content. It's not in most content, to be fair, in the game, unless you run with people that literally have no idea what they're doing or what their buttons do. It's not most content, it's just dungeons, let's be honest. Maybe normal raids as well. It's not just top players, you can see this regularly in roulettes. The healer can die... It's not just top players? Are we talking about top the ultimate or specifically high-end players? You can see this regularly in roulettes. The healer can die and a tank, except maybe Dark Knight. Everyone's taking a job with Dark Knight. But like a dancer can solo everything, and that's not even touching on jobs like Red Mage and Paladin. Can just be the healer in so much content because you don't actually need that much in the vast majority of content. You are pointing out the obvious. I'm not hearing the opinion though. Okay, but all those people asking for DPS rotation, what is the chance of healers just becoming a caster version of tanks? Whatever DPS rotation, whatever heal utility. See, at first, like, if this was like a few days ago when I started posting some of these videos, I would kind of agree with them. But the more I'm listening, it's essentially just to keep healers busy, and like the more sane opinions are to just improve the content itself and not the job, to make us actually do something with our toolkits. So I feel like the way to go is specifically work on the content. That would be like the easiest and more cleanest way to do something without like affecting 300 other fucking things in the game. To actually just make us use our tools. I'm also Scholar main, and I'm excited for the new changes, I hope. Probably won't change the duration of baneful impaction. Huh? Is that the dot? Make it 30 seconds duration, but reduce the potency. Yet keep the total dot potency to 700. Okay. I'll be okay if they do that, or increase the dot potency higher than 140 for 15 seconds. It's just the 2-minute wait isn't going to be a good feeling overall. Oh yeah, this is the Scholar analysis video. Yeah, I agree, like waiting 2 minutes just to do the funny cool button, it feels kind of mid. It needs a better justification to make people say, I can see why it's attached to a 2-minute cooldown button. That is chain strat. I was expecting Dissipation to be removed, but making Seraphism to be a separate button to give your partner healer more free time to DPS more, get instant strong kills with emergency being 1 second and a AoE regen. Why make Scholar more busted law? 60-second recitation is massive, great all around. Yeah, I agree with this. Scholar is gonna be giga busted if these like changes remain. Throughout Endwalker, my complaint for Scholar was more utility tools to make their shields and mitigation stronger, and so far I got what I wanted for the job. Once I get the feel of it, doing the raids, other content, I'm sure it'll make a solution to make Scholar even better. You know what? I'm happy with this with the comment. I love that there are more Scholar players. I'm happy with that. As a healer main, who will always be a healer main, this just seems like a way overreaction. Most groups are not going to be willing to risk going without a healer because people make mistakes all the time. This just seems ridiculous to me. Respectable. After trying to explain the healer problem in the English forums a couple of weeks to a month ago, got me to quit going there years ago for the same issue it has. No one there knows what they actually want, they just repeat the same ideas over and over again. Want more DPS buttons, want the old system to come back, want old abilities come back. The same people there think that they know how to do a better job than the devs. I'll just say that. You're talking to a wall in that forum, and I wanted to make sure that the other language forums have the same issue. No, they don't. I can see why the English forums are considered the worst section of the Final Fantasy XIV community. Why no one goes there only to see posts of echo chambers. Why it gets ignored for that very reason. Why the devs even admit they get feedback from English streamers than the dank forums. Why is that? No, you're right. I essentially did understand. Wasn't entirely clear on this point. Not your comment, mind you, but just specifically the opinions in the forum, until I specifically started visiting the Japanese forums. And honestly, I want to visit the Japanese forums a bit more often. They seem chill, honestly. I didn't know they were chill like that, you know what I mean? I think the issue is that in normal content, only the tank takes the vast majority of the regularly occurring damage. This makes it extremely easy for a good tank player to deal with many gameplay elements that a healer could be dealing with. Basically, the tanks are kind of eating the healer's food and all we got left in casual content. It's not that tasty. My favorite times as a healer are when teammates oof into mechanics and I have to adjust to save them. Makes me really think about how best to use all my buttons. Yeah, exactly. Prog is always gonna... I keep saying this. Prog is always gonna be the most fun for a healer. I think a potential fix for the issues is simply to direct a little more damage towards the DPS in normal content. Doesn't need to be crazy huge amount. I just want to feel rewarded for my 8 billion healing buttons in casual content instead of falling asleep as a tank solves almost every potential healing mechanic. It would also help teach new healers how to better manage their tools without interfering with the power fantasy of tank players, being an unkillable Giga Chad. Heck, it would teach DPS that their self-sustained tools exist and they should use them. You know what? I agree with this comment. This is a very good comment. Very good comment. I don't want to nerf tank self-sustain because it is fun as hell, but I do feel kinda useless on healer if my team is good. I love healing in Final Fantasy XIV, I just want to actually get to do healer things even if I have a Giga Chat team. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm becoming more and more sure in my new opinion that we just need to change the content itself and not the tools we got. I love Seraphism, as it does what the name it says, it turns us into angels. If they want Seraphism to have a faith theme, the skill should not be the name Seraphism, and should be called Theism. To be honest, I don't want a complex DPS rotation, but I do want a complex healing rotation. I really don't like the current style of healing, especially in Raid. You heal mostly with GCD's ability, I really want my healing to actually have impact on the encounter. So I'm guessing you want more GCD healing. If you do see this video, I would love like more context on this. Like what kind of healing you would prefer, or maybe you got games as examples to offer. I'm in agreement. Healers are god-awful boring to play. Every healer has a panic heal, AoE heal, a bajillion of OGCDs that trivialize their GCD heals, 3 different flavors of direct throughput. The only major defining separation between current healers is their major cooldowns, but they're all either throughput or utility buffs. It really kills my drive to play the role, as well as tanks, when there's nothing one can really do to optimize their damage contribution other than uptime and positional improvement meanwhile, in games like World of Warcraft, you can advance DPS strats like Restoration Druid doing Cat Weaving or Mistweaver doing Fist Weaving. God, I played both. I played both of those back in Legion. God damn, I haven't heard Fist Weaving in so long. Actually, no, I did Fist Weaving in BFA as well. Or how certain classes like Preservation Evoker have direct buffs tied into using their main DPS spells. Like how your Fire Breath is typically a DPS tool, but as a healer you can also enchant your group's weapons with fire, if you use it on top of being a DPS gain, sorry. It makes playing a healer in 14 just painfully boring by comparison. I agree. Oh, that is a lot of conversation. Though personally I don't like DPS rotations, if I did, I'd play a DPS job. I like not having that. I do think it'd be cool for some, but not all. Healer jobs to have a DPS rotation, more dots for the sake of people that want that, like Sage is doing, but only if it's not all of them. I'll be avoiding Sage from now on because I don't want a damage rotation while I'm playing a healer doing healing. One player spam doesn't bother me. bother me. What the fuck? One button spam doesn't bother me. It means I can focus and react to healing my party as needed. And I legitimately dislike DPS rotation with only 2 exceptions, Paladin and Summoner, since the rotations can be freestyled more. The rest are just memorizing and regurgitating, which is boring and annoying, or proc based, which I might like, except procs in this game are tiny little icons that are easy to not see. Unlike World of Warcraft, there are screen light ups when things proc, which is annoying itself, but at least it's easy to see when they happen. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you left 2 fucking comments. I'm with you. People are overreacting. The official English forum is one of the most toxic players in the entire Final Fantasy XIV fandom, and a pretty insane echo chamber, and they don't realize it. They think they're the majority, representing the majority, and anyone who disagrees with them is wrong. They think insanely high-end players soloing top inefficiently without a healer using a heal-heavy DPS and 3rd tank, 2 paladins and a warrior, is somehow reflective of the general game. They also are not nice to people that disagree with them. That's true. I'll leave it at that, and to say I left that place and stopped posting there because of how toxic it was. And yeah, calling things neglect and declaring a strike as if it was a huge worker dispute about fair wages and hours is just insane. Yeah. Sounds like these healers are... Holy shit. How many fucking comments are left there? Keep going and keep going. Sounds like these healers are endgame DPSers in hiding. I want some of... What the fuck? Wait, hold on. Where the fuck did I go? There it is. I want more for healers, but it's not that big of a deal. Good players are a minority, and we as the FF community should not be screwing towards extremes. What the fuck? Stop moving. As a matter of fact, we already know what happens when a game dev caters to endgame raiders, turn into World of Warcraft. Yeah, most players are not soloing things. Most healers are not soloing raids or soloing healing raids. You know how I know this? Omega 12. Oh no, you can solo heal it, but yet there's wipes. Shinry first mechanic is tidal wave, people still struggling. Titan, same thing. What an example, not a trial? 44 dungeon. People don't understand to stand in the light pools to DPS safely and not die from first boss. Oh my god. Arm Veil, the list goes on. We should take in consideration a lot of things and try to get better together, but not take a stance like these posts. I would love to see a semi-DPS healer combo, more heal target that kills mechanics. Okay, a few protection mechanics, maybe even cleansing mechanics. There's a lot to be done. I hope we find something more to explore. That's a good comment. I agree on majority of these points. Some people should really wait until expansion is out before making a huge drama out of it. I mean, we talk about goddamn casual dungeon and people are freaking out about it. I feel like they waited for something like that to happen because they want that. So that they can say they are right with their complaints. I don't really think survivability and being able to keep yourself alive is a bad thing or too overpowered. Because we should go away from healers needing so many buttons. What the fuck? Because we should go away from healers needing so many healing tools to justify their usefulness. I think healers need more tools beyond healing, and if the other jobs can push this kind of job evolution by being able to heal themselves, I'm in for it. My biggest complaint always was the healers have some tools that, but not nearly as in-depth they could or should have. Okay. Expedient was one of the best things that come out of the job design-wise, because this skill is very powerful, and a tool that is on par with the most powerful healing tools. I agree. Expedient is fucking biz, honestly. We need more tools outside of healing that make healers more unique and make them even more of a tech pick. Okay. Side note, it was my fear and I don't understand it, but I feel so disappointed that Zeppel got the media tour invite, because it's one thing to invite voices that come from different branches and type of players, but be it casual, high-end rating, or content creator, but a person who has a history of acting out bad faith just to make content out of it, it doesn't look good. Yeah, I agree. The media tour invite is a way to advertise the game to a bigger audience, and inviting a person who lost a big part of their audience and advertised again that game is kind of odd. But I guess we can have nice things. It is what it is. It is what it is at this point. The thing is, the world isn't going to end if healers have a simple damage rotation to make downtime more interesting. True. You're not going to die because a healer wanted to apply dot any more than you die from a tank not meeting a tank buster because they're gonna push that upheaval. Upheaval is an OG city. I guess, yeah, I do kind of see your point. leading them to die and the boss to start killing everyone else off. Sorry, I think I brain farted, like my brain is fucking cooked. The thing is, the world isn't going to end if healers have a simple damage rotation to make downtime more interesting. You're not going to die because healer wanted to reapply a dot any more than you die from a tank not meeting a tank buster because they gotta push that upheaval, leading them to die and the boss to start killing everyone else off. Okay. Give healers more attack spells, one that can actually be used more than once every 2 minutes or 1 minute, and we can all go home happy. I would have agreed previously, but I don't agree with this anymore. I just think our tools... Again, this all just kind of stems out, like the way a lot of these comments are phrased, it just comes down to just give healers something to do. Easiest fix is not the DPS rotation, it's literally to just make mechanics that make us use our tools. I still respect this opinion though. Warrior is the only tank with really good sustainability. As a Gunbreaker, I'm almost fully reliant on my healer. Gunbreaker can be very strong. He's not as strong as Warrior or Paladin, but Gunbreaker can still be very strong with some of the tools, if you play smart. Holy shit. The fact is that nowadays, you don't need to be top player to do what Xeno did. As a main white mage, I can see it. Healers are less and less important, and they're sometimes in dungeons, where you just don't have to heal at all. And I'm playing with 3 random casual players. I'm not asking for healer stance to go DPS mode back, but if they could make us feel useful again, it would be good. And by the way, even ultimates are getting crushed without healers. Some are way harder to do without healers. But look at Uwu and Yukov, it's really becoming a joke. We knew it would be like that since they said they changed the jobs in 8.0, however it's really frustrating to see that once again. The game is making it easier for tanks and DPS to stay alive by themselves. The argument of saying raids are gonna be hitting harder, simply no. I raid since the beginning of Stormblood, and because of these abilities, the raid are not hitting harder since tanks and DPS can always heal more and more expansions. Okay, and I rated at every level from casual to hardcore, world first and speed kill. Okay, it's just frustrating to see that at every expansion, years after years, our roles become less and less important because of an over casualization of the game. Oh, and remember when you should have said go play ultimates and during the next days top was clear without healers? Sorry to hear that, buddy. We'll get there soon. I'm hella tired of this forum. Healers do need some adjusting, however, most casuals don't care and never check forums if they even know they exist, Lamau. Some strike it'll be. Yeah, it is true. It's like a little Timmy who doesn't care about forums or like the politics of the game. He's not gonna know anything about this. Nobody's boycotting, just ask the Limsy casuals. Yep. Everyone's gonna still remain in Limsa. God forbid a person has opinions on a game. Oh, this is... Holy shit. Guys, holy shit. We finished all the comments. All the comments are done. Holy... there's so many comments, even my fucking page fucking lagged out. Holy shit, we finished all the comments. Holy shit. Chat, I am fucking brain burned. How long was I doing that for? Over 5 fucking hours, holy shit. Over 5 fucking hours of reacting to comments. I'm not gonna do this anymore. Like, I'll still do videos if it's like an important conversation or a topic that people want to talk about, but I'm not gonna fucking do multiple videos and hold off to react to them so I can do it in one go. I'm not gonna do that anymore. I'm just gonna like have one conversation in one video, and I'm just gonna specifically have a conversation with that video's comments. I'm not gonna do multi-parters anymore. Because that is just wild. I could have been playing Baldur's Gate 3. I could have been doing my funny little dungeon dailies. I could have been soloing dungeons on a tank with 3 DPS. But instead I was reacting to comments. But yeah, it was still a good experience. Just to like kind of broaden my horizons, just to talk to different like points of view on this. Just to have a conversation with people. It also gave me an excuse to kind of get to know the Japanese forums a bit closer, which was also very nice. It was a nice change of pace, honestly. To be fair, I enjoyed the 4 parts of content. I'm glad you did. I'm glad people are enjoying my content, but I still want people to have their opinions validated and heard. And that's why like reading the comments and making a video out of that is like a good way of doing that. But it's like, 5 hours is just not it. I'll figure something out. I still want to keep doing this because like people do, because like I do enjoy talking to people. It's fun. It's good. It's a good experience for me. But like I need to figure something out. Five hours plus of reading comments is just not it. Especially non-stop. I did like if anyone comes back to this VOD, you can check. I did not take a single fucking break.